Hey everybody, welcome. We still find ourselves in the swamp today, busy with our rocket fuel. Well, trying to get to the point where we can actually get some rocket fuel. Let's make sure that everybody is good to go. Hope everybody's doing well. Give me 1 second. There we go. Right, and we are up and running. We got Havana over in Twitch, along with a first-time chatter, Cheese Toasties. Excellent name. I'm going to give you a solid 9 out of 10 for that name. That's a good one. Oh, hey, how's it? Eccentric VFX. Yo, what's up? Law was about to leave college, returning home. Got so I hopped in. Oh, notified. Okay. Cool, great. Welcome. So, today we need to continue construction over yonder. I was about to say, why is everything so soft? My headset was way too soft. Anyway, so we're gonna get straight into it. I had a quick little look this morning just to see what's the problem with the power way over there. Not the power, sorry, the rubber. And the rubber we managed to fix. I'm gonna have to double check and see if that is permanently fixed, but I'm gonna call it a done for now. We have also completed our other tasks. Power's been cleaned up, train station is done, so we can remove all of these. And next up is gonna be so it's gonna be essentially rocket fuel production, which is the buildings that we started with last stream, and then we have to do roads to rocket fuel production. So let's just copy this one over again. And what else are we missing? What else do we have to put on the to-do list? For now, I think that's all. If something comes to mind, I'm gonna expand that to-do list. But yes, like I said, we are over here now. And last time we were trying to sort out some, trying to sort out how are we gonna design this plant. So let's get rid of all of these for now. Because this is all kind of like when you're just testing things out, just to see what are we going to do. So let's put all of that away. So the idea here is going to be to kind of have the road come around this way, maybe just come down to this level, then have like a kind of like a parking area, perhaps a T-junction over here, and then push off in this direction. But what we were doing over here, first of all, is just to kind of see how we're going to lay out the machines. And yesterday, because this machine and this one does the same, we thought that we might compartmentalize those two and then these two, which means these machines will kind of have to move up a little bit. And we're going to test and see if that idea behind this design is actually going to work. Doug, where's the loop-de-loops? We've got a horizontal loop-de-loop right there. I don't know if that counts. Anyways, welcome, Doug. It's the official Doug. The notorious Doug. Anyway, so yeah, rocket fuel. So as you can see, we're not doing a massive plant here. But I think if we move these machines, I'm going to move them up just a smidge to the side. Use the vertical rail trick and that horizontal loop, and we'll make the vertical loop. And break the game and just confuse the hell out of Ada how the hell that's even possible. Perfect. So yeah, the idea is here to kind of like compartmentalize these two. And then we'll have to figure out exactly how we're going to do all these ins and outs. Hold on a second. I'm gonna skip this song just because I've listened to this one so many times. So let me just, there we go, scoot up a little bit. because I've listened to that one too many times because I use it a few times in my videos, and I was just like, nope, I'm not gonna do that again. Okay, so nothing's gonna come out here, and on this side we're gonna have two fluid intakes, so we're gonna need both of these. So I'm just gonna use the floor holes, but these are gonna be more like placeholders than anything else. Are you not monetized on Twitch yet? No, not yet. In the process. We are getting there. The key is patience. I want to make it rain bits. Yeah, no, not yet. Soon though. Alright, so this one's going to be our inlet, so we're going to have to do these guys over here. So that's just going to show me when I go down to the logistics over here, just so I can see what's going on here. So this tree can actually go now. And this one can, we'll keep, this one can definitely go. So the idea is to have like a hallway coming down the side, and from this kind of like area to this area, and we can possibly do like another section going out this way. But I'm thinking, since we've got like one foundation, so if this is the walkway coming down here and here, we've got one foundation there, and we'll probably, if we scoot this one over that side, we could probably do, yeah, let's try this quickly. But that's going to mess up this kind of like design we've got going here. Actually, no, we can keep that. We can just move it all across. So let me just experiment here a little bit. So let's say we do the walkway to be this one. So I'm going to paint this a color. We're just going to do it like black. So this will be the walkway, and then over here, and then over there, and then down here as well. So I want this kind of gap, like full foundation gap between these. So I'm going to have to expand this section a little bit. So we're going to keep this one that way, because I like the fact that they're kind of like leaning out to the side and leaning out to that side. So I'm just going to try and line these guys up the same. Over on YouTube, Eccentric, do you recommend browsing through architecture styles in Pinterest so you can get your own creative ideas for the styles and builds? Yes, absolutely. I've got a Pinterest page set up, and all my searches are sci-fi this and futuristic that. But yes, it does actually work quite well to give you like a couple of good ideas how to build a building. I mean, you just kind of take it from there. It's actually quite handy having... What the hell? Oh, is that bad boy over there? What you want? Oh shit. You know what? I'm gonna... Okay, let me just deal with this guy quickly. Because he is he's a nasty boy. Oh, hello. So I really don't want to play with you right now. Can you just off? There you go. Thank you. I'm gonna yoink your skin though. Alright, coming back to this one. So we probably might want to make this our walkway rather. Otherwise I'm going to have to move this damn roof as well. So let's change this quickly. Oh, actually I had it. I almost started messing everything up. So let's just get rid of this one. This guy's going to go that way. And that one's going to be there. But then we're also going to have to move this guy up, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. Rather change things now while we still can, instead of literally in the middle of the build. This guy over here. Come on, there we go. So the one just needs to go into this foundation bit. There we go. Okay, so it's going to give us a little bit more room to do things with. And then we might as well move these guys as well, since we're very busy. I'm just going to go there, yoink this guy, and then turn him around. Oh, no. There we go. That's it. Good. expand our floor a little bit. And okay, this is kind of like the base layout. And then we'll have this roof kind of like continue on, because I kind of like this design. We're going to see if we can kind of twist it around to go that way as well. That might be interesting. So we're going to have to... Oh, autosave. Hello. So it's going to have to go that way. And then this one's going to have to go that way. So it might be interesting to see how this is going to join up here in the middle. Eccentric over on YouTube. I found out recently, while describing your idea to generative AI, you can get a rough image, not exact, but a rough image of your ideas in different ways and combine. Okay, that's kind of an interesting idea. Get the AI just to extrapolate an idea from your description, and maybe they've got a couple of interesting ideas, or perhaps maybe an interesting angle to your idea. It's not a bad idea. Something worth exploring, I think. Let me know how that turns out. So, like I said, that is definitely something interesting. This looks kind of nice with the floor holes, or these circular floor sections, actually to be the exact size of that thing over there. That's kind of cool, of the blender. Alright, so... Okay, let's have a quick look and see what else do we need to do. So I'm going to quickly chuck us over to Modeler. So we need 2 of those, and 2 of those. And then we need 2 refineries. And we need 2 awesome sinks. No, we need 1 awesome sink. We just need to combine these 2. So we're going to sink this guy for now, until we get a better idea what to do. Why does that not... What? Get in there. Okay, it doesn't want to. It's fine. So this will be 1 awesome sink. I'm just going to do that. So we got 2 blenders, 2 refineries. So we only got 2 refineries and this 1 water package to do. Hmm. 2 refineries. So where do we want to put the refineries? I mean, we can build it symmetrical and just have the refineries there and there, but I'm kind of trying to not build symmetrical. But this building doesn't really lean in that direction naturally. It wants to kind of just be symmetrical because we got 4 and then 2. We put the 2 like over here or over here. I also want to kind of incorporate some of this nature in here. So we could have the refineries actually go down a level. Kind of like on this logistics floor. So you can walk down to, I think that might look interesting. And then if we can keep these, oh damn it. If we can keep these 2 trees, let me just grab some more power here. So I'm thinking, let's see how this is going to work out. So if we keep this tree and this tree, that might be interesting. We can kind of like have like a little walkway coming through here. But now we've got these rocks in the way. Huh. We could do it here, but that's kind of where I was planning to get the cars or the vehicles to come down from the road. So the only other option is to kind of put them over here. Just in line with this walkway, so you kind of like go down and then the 2 refineries are sitting here. Yeah, I think we'll probably... Yeah, let's do that. Okay, refineries. It's just we're going to nudge them in position and just see how we're going to make them happen. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't switch you guys over. My bad. Thank you for that one, Havana. Appreciate it. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, I just did it. Thank you. So we'll have this one like here more or less, and we're gonna have it at probably this level. Let's see if we can probably go a bit. I think if we go like this level perhaps, but definitely scoot this one back all the way. At least one foundation. And then we can either kind of squish them together on the one side. Just separate a little bit. Like maybe like that, and we can have the one awesome sink in this area. And I don't know if we want to work around this tree or kind of destroy this tree. And if it was a different kind of tree, I would probably have kept it in here, but this is kind of like a dead tree with like moss and stuff over it. Right, exploding it. Where's my... Oh, balsa, that's fine. Oh! Alright, so we'll put the awesome sink over here. So let's get some foundations down just so you can kind of see what we're doing. There we go. And like this. So we can do catwalk stairs coming down here, or we can do like normal stairs, but I think let's try the normal stairs, the foundation stairs. Just gonna see what it looks like. The one thing you can do with these stairs, just to make them look a bit more natural, is you can actually slap these guys onto it. Let's try and nudge this one up, just so that we can get the rail to kind of like flip properly. There we go. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Alright, let's just move this guy a bit. Oh, no. There we go, that's fine. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure about these stairs. This doesn't really look, for me, doesn't look like industrial stairs, like stairs in an industrial area. But I missed a message. Which one? Oh, describe it to the AI and then talking about Pinterest. No, not your stuff. So let's try the normal stairs and just see kind of how that will look. I think this is also much steeper, which is, I think, a bonus. There we go. I think these are a bit better. I like them more. And then we'll have the awesome sink down here. Awesome sink. So just kind of putting it there for a placeholder for now. So this will essentially be our layout. Okay, so let's work on the front part, and let's try and connect the road to this section. So, actually, you know what? Let's quickly. I'm going to try and see how well I can do this section. But now I need to figure out how to copy this angle onto the other side so it's the same angle. And I can't remember. I think this is where we hooked them up. So I need to go from, let's say, the bottom of one foundation, move across, okay, or start from the edge. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then down to, so 7 and 2 across. So we're going to go to that edge and down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 2 down. Hotstone, how's it going? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm doing good. Then did we go center to center or corner? I think it was corner. Yeah, so corner to that corner. Okay. I'm going to the edge. Go to the edge, you little muppet. Edge. Really? I'm trying to get it to snap to the edge there. So let's try it from this side. Just it wants to go to the middle. Let's try it like, so that's middle to middle. Okay, we can try and, yeah, this is going to be fine. So there's that angle, that should do it now. And then we take these out. Oh, and I need to do it on this side as well. So from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2. And then we're going to try and get the angle here again. So we'll do center to center. Perfect. Top. Did I do it from, I think I did it from, yeah, it's from that edge across. Let me try this again. Okay, but this is not going to work now because if you wanted to connect there properly, you're going to have to snap it on that edge and then go to the bottom here. But it's very difficult. It wants to go to the center every time. So let's make it a little easier for ourselves. We'll do this. Okay, so now it can't snap to, or it won't rather. Move this guy. There we go. Making our lives a ton easier. Okay, there we go. Easy. Now this one will be on the edge, and the other one will be quite close. So this is way closer than I had it on this side, I think. Yeah, see, same story here. So we'll quickly do the same thing. We can delete this one. Put that guy up there. Then from here we can go down to this edge. There we go. Much better. Making our lives way easier. So this is now our angle. This is going to be the same going across. And then we need to make it kind of, now we need to make it work over here somehow. Do something that's going to make it look interesting. Nope. Right in. Okay, so let's just get this roof up, and then we can worry about those finer details in a second. So this is probably going to be half, maybe? No. Okay, half and a little bit. So this is where we need to do something interesting. We'll see when we get there what we're gonna do. Okay. Kind of shaping up. We'll just take these through and then we'll sort out exactly what that little center bit's going to be like. Just so we can get the general layout and then we can worry about the details. Come on, snap to that little bit. Really? There we go. Oh, it's very dark. Like the swamp doesn't get a lot of sunlight, that's for sure. Okay, so our main walkway is going to be this kind of like cross here, where I painted these dark areas. I'm not sure how we're going to do the sides of the building, because this building is now unintentionally fairly symmetrical. We've got about one foundation going around all of these machines for clearance. Okay, let's do the pipe work and then we can build the rest of the shell around it. So this is going to be in, and these machines require 2 ins, going to have 1 out, so it's going to be all liquids. So again, I'm just going to use this floral as kind of like a placeholder, just so we can kind of like work out the writing for the pipes and stuff at the bottom. And then we also need to think about how this is a walkway, how we're going to get to the logistics floor. So we can maybe do like a thing down here to go to the logistics floor, and then that section is going to go to effectively the outside, and we'll have the refineries and the awesome sink right there, which is good. Okay, so this guy is going to have pipes, and it's going to have 1 pipe coming out. So we're going to put this one right here. It's going to be the out, and then this guy's going to be an out. This guy's got 4 in and then 2 out. Okay. Fun little challenge. Let's see. So this is in. So again, just place all this for now. And then just double check. Yeah, the pipes can get in there. That's fine. And then this guy we can do these. Do the same on the side, obviously. Okay, I'm not going to worry about actually putting everything up now. So that one. Okay, so this will help with logistics flow when you plan it out. Now you've got all this laid out. I'm gonna do this hallway. Maybe we need to try and just hook these lights up. So I was thinking maybe we can do, so this is the idea here. I was thinking if we could possibly do this. No idea if this is even going to work. So kind of like that. Could be interesting. I don't know, I might have to turn the lights down a little bit though. Or that actually might just be way too much and we can just... No, it's probably going to be too much. We're just going to keep it clear and then just have these ones come up to this point. But let's remove all the excess here. and quickly figure out how we're going to do this. And also just see up to where the lights are going to come. So it's going to be there. So might have the lights go up to the edge there. Okay. Do I? So if I push this all the way to that edge there, and do the same on this side, kind of get that little crest thingy forming. And let's just see if I do the same with the other one. Probably not the end of the world, but for now we'll leave it like that until we get a better idea. So I just want to kind of line these all up. So 1, 2. So from the edge, 1, 2. From edge, 1, 2. And then same story on this side. Is that the edge? There we go. I call it depresso land since the visual effects on the area fades the color. Yeah, I don't like that filter. I know there's like a console command you can put into to take it away, but yeah, it's got like a desaturated filter on there, and it's definitely not the best. I kind of get what they're going for, but I don't like it. So this one can go on this side. You can see this one's slightly out. Is that it? Yeah. I do actually want to hook these lights up just so we can have a little bit more light where we're going to be working now. So we'll do that in a second. Where's this power side or power connection? Okay, and so how are we going to hook these guys up? It's going to make it look good. I might go above and do that there, just so we don't have wires hanging down here. So something like this. I do maybe want to make this a walkway as well. We'll see later on. And just get kind of in the middle here. So we'll do it like that for now. Yeah, I'm thinking at the end of the day, it might not even be a walkway, it might just literally be the roof. But we do have these units, so I'm thinking if we can have a walkway to these ones, even if that's on the roof, that might not be a bad idea. We'll see. Ones. Oh wait, no, that one needs to stay because that one's in position, so we need to move this one actually. So thinking probably about there. That's close enough. And actually just want to move this one around because the power unit's on the other side. This was already it. Nice. Wow, what side is this one? Let's just have a look. Power units are both this side. Okay, so that's cool. And we're going to open this guy up. And we'll figure out how we're going to run this power bit meter at the later stage. Just firstly to see how everything's going to look all together. So this one's all on that side. Come on. There we go. Okay, interesting. Okay, I kind of like the idea, yeah? It's not too bad. Okay, so main entrance is probably going to be right here. And then the vehicles are going to come down to probably this level or maybe one below. So let's build out kind of like we can maybe do like a little display room here. So if we take, so this is all going to be inside, so on the roof. So I think having the steps here will kind of make sense. And then the idea, I just want to kind of like change the elevation a little bit. And this will be kind of like our office. Whoops, that's wrong. Just for information in regards to what's being produced here, how much and all that. And we can even have another door going to logistics over there and or over there. So let's see, we can probably go about, I'm just spitballing everything here now, just kind of like testing it a little bit. So let's do, or like I said, I want to try and be less symmetrical. So I think if we remove this section, then use this part for kind of like the office. This might go smaller. So the main entrance is then going to be like this section here, and we can try and do something interesting. And we can have, I'm always thinking of making like a road. Okay, let's get more power here. I just had enough because I wanted to incorporate this kind of like rock outcrop a little bit, this entire section here. But we could make like this entire section the center of a traffic circle going around that little bit there. Then we'll break down all of this, have the road come down here, and then there will be like a circle so you can drive out again. I think that's going to look interesting. What do you guys think? Watchstone, you agree? And then we can incorporate a little bit of this nature because these trees look kind of nice. And if you then add lights to this, like green lights, I think that will look cool. Or even red lights, but might as well lean into the swamp aspect. So if we, let me grab a pillar and just kind of mark out where I think the circle should be. So like there, this will be like the outer edge. And we'll kind of like go around from here. So if we go up here, so the center is probably going to be around about there. So let's just put that one in there, see what's going to happen. And then if we take this beam, we can quickly measure out the distances. So let's call that 11 meters. With this side, okay, hold on, let's actually measure the diameter before we try and do anything interesting here. So that's going to be 16 from that point. And go on that outer edge, go all the way to probably about, so 28 meters across, or 14 aside. Watch the lights. So if we go from this point in 14 meters to get the actual center, so that's going to be the center point. We're going to put this pillar, let's put this pillar right here. So that's our center point. We've done this one, take this one away, and then just to get the diameter to this side, we're going to go 14 meters out. And we might have to just move this a little bit to the right hand side. So let's quickly have a look and see how, if I go 14 meters this side, 14 meters, how far it kind of sticks out. So we can probably go back about a meter, just essentially move the circle a meter to the right hand side. So we're going to go 13 meters, and then from here we're going to go straight out to 28. So it still doesn't give us enough clearance. So I suppose let's make it 30 meters, so 15 radius and then 30 meters across. Just to kind of get to this edge, which is going to be our clearance point. So there, let's grab a different beam just so I can clear the spot here. So we're going to do 30 from that point, and that brings us up to there. That's too long, hold on. Take that one out, take that one out. Try that again. I think that was 31 meters. So put it on the edge, drag across, go all the way to 30 meters. Then we can remove all of these. Alright, let's get the center point again here. So it's going to be 15 meters. Just take away all of this excess. So there we go. So 15 is going to be over there. And so I think this kind of works out. 15 over there. And 15 over there. So that's kind of gonna be the circle. And then obviously the highest point for the road is going to be right here, just so we can get the road across here. Okay, interesting. But what I do want to do is actually want to let's get the circle to kind of like come off this, because I want this to be the same angle, because I don't work on the world grid anymore. So for me to line it up with this road, I'm kind of have to go off the road to use that as kind of like a how can I say it? That's the angle that we need to kind of align to. That's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I'm getting tongue-tied here. Okay, so we've got a game plan in mind. So let's get this section. I just want to get this road as close to that center point as I can, and then we can kind of work from there. So that's pretty damn close. That's definitely close enough. Just gonna get these out of the way. So now we know that corner, 15 meters from that corner, in the directions lining up with this foundation. So there, we're gonna go out 15. So with this, we're just kind of like skimming this edge. So I wonder, we can push the circle a little bit to the right hand side. So let's try it from there. Oh, that's going to be fun. So we're just going to nudge this over one. There we go. And then that's going to be... So this is now our new center point for this entire circle. So we're going to go out 15 meters again. I'm thinking just to make it, maybe make it a little bit easier, just add another meter to that circle. Because we're gonna, the reason why I'm being so kind of like overly cautious when it comes to this point here is because everything's gonna, this entire road section is gonna be, it's gonna work off what we do right here. So double, triple checking the measurements at this point, it's going to save us a lot of effort going forward. So there we go, 16. And then is that one's correct? Yeah. So we take this one out, 16. Okay, so that's essentially where our circle's going to be. And then we need to remove these here. But let's just get the road and see what we need to remove. So I want to remove the least amount going forward. So grab this one. Let's actually line this up. So I think that will probably do. Hold on, I'm just kind of making things up as we go. So the actual road is going to be here, 2 with 2 foundations width. Switch to the auto save. And take these out. So let's just make a square, and we can work from the square. And the nice little bonus, because we made it 16, it evenly divides up into these foundations, which is just a big coincidence, but I'm going to call that a measured approach. But no, it's just coincidence. So this is where the road's going to go more or less. So everything that's in the way needs to be removed now, without destroying whatever's in the middle of the circle. So I think this will be kind of like a nice little addition to this this factory, to have a road section that looks kind of interesting. Okay, so before we do anything here, let's just see if we link up this road, if it's all going to work out nicely, or if we need to adjust something somewhere a little bit. Let's get some more power out here, otherwise I'm going to be falling into whatever the hell that is. So looking at this circle, we've got a little bit of stuff in here. So Hobbs over on YouTube, me when I accidentally crack a design in AutoCAD. Ah yes, the measured approach. Yes, exactly. Okay, let's see if I take I suppose we could do 4 meters decline, or a ramp if you want to. Let's see. But ideally you want to do a 2 meter for a nice kind of like gradual decline, or a gradual decline isn't the right word. What is it? Gradual downward road? No, not even that. Let's see. So this road, what we can also try is we can start with a 2, go to a 4. The only problem with these ramps is look how thick they are. They be thick. Heck. So take this away. We can possibly go like this then. And then if you look at the road here, so if I was a vehicle, would I be happy? Let's take this, we can take these out for now. And I really don't want to use the explosives, because that might just trigger that hitbox, and then yeah, all this planning is for naught. And just make sure this is set to single, not area. Switch to, okay. Timber! Welcome, Hobbs. Glad you can join the stream for as long as you're staying. Okay, yeah, I kind of like this little circle thing in the middle. So this will probably kind of blend into. This will most likely blend into the road at the turn of the circle. So let's call it there for argument's sake. And then we can do this guy, push him all the way out. Well. in that direction. Okay, cool. Here's a nice little trick for you guys. I don't know how many of you guys know this. I want to move this pole because it's in the way. Now, normally what you do is you'll just delete it, place it there, and do all the things again. But then you have to hook up the wires. A better way is just to kind of do this. Upgrade it, in quotes, press H, and then just move this guy to there. Place it down, and you skip the step. Step 6. Hobbs over on YouTube. Yeah, I'm busy gluing components, gluing up components designed at work. Saw you're online and use a good backdrop noise, a little static noise in the background. Lovely. Okay, let's yoink all of these guys. I'm just gonna see what the road looks like. So now we can see the road kind of like taking shape. We're gonna leave that one in unless we absolutely have to take it out. So let's grab a vehicle. Let's say the truck, because the truck is quite beefy. And give this guy fuel. You might as well chow this up. So it's quite a steep little ramp here. Whoa! That's against safety protocols. There we go. Okay, he doesn't want this. So this is our double ramp. It's not too bad actually. So this guy will come down here. You can circle around here and then it will be like a point where you can pull up here and park if you need to. And then from here you can exit again. And then just pull up here. That kind of works, doesn't it? I think so. At least conceptually. Okay, so now we need to do the circle, the actual circle. So let's get our center point again. And I want this one to be upright. There we go. So we're going to be working off this guy, this little bad boy. So there's quite a few ways to do circles. Whether I'm going to try and do it here, I think all of them are actually not tedious, but it's a little tricky to do. The best result we're going to get for a nice clean circle is probably going to be using this method where you grab this guy, place him at the end, then you go back and you go to the center point in free mode, go to this edge, and then what you want to do is you don't want to go to that end there. You kind of want to go to this end and then push it across, otherwise you're going to get a lopsided circle. So you go up to there. And then, so this is where the tedious part comes in. Now you have to rinse and repeat. And then push it out. And then basically go like this all the way around. So now the question is, do we... I might want to use the concrete pillar, because that one, and perhaps paint it maybe white. The metal one might not look bad, but it's a bit dark along with the road. That's quite dark. So I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Should we go with concrete as opposed to the metal one, just so we have a bit more options when it comes to what you're going to do with it? Do this guy, push him across. We'll do a couple and then kind of like see how they compare. You think so as well? Okay. I'll replace those metal ones in a bit. And then actually what we'll go with the concrete. Yeah. Let's replace this one because I can then just middle mouse and copy this one. Let's do that. it's a little easier. But the thing is now we're going to have to do this a couple of times. Now, what we can do is we can always do this on a blueprint maker. And then we only need to do a quarter, and then we can duplicate that. So maybe, and then we have it for the future. So perhaps let's do that. We'll go this small little mark one. No, I don't want to chat. I want to lock it and place it down. Then we grab this one, put it in the center as soon as we can see the lines. There we go. Then we need to have this one come out 16 meters. I think this blueprint maker might be too small. Yep, okay, we're gonna have to go for the bigger one. So we'll do this one. Right, like that damn tree's in the way. Okay, like this. Grab this guy. Come on, finish up. So put it in the center. Then go 16 meters out from that center in default mode, so it's nice and level. Oh, this one also just fits. Damn it. Look at that. Let me just double check if it actually fits. So the thing is, we don't have to actually be in the center, we can move this. Yeah, we can just back it up. Back it up. What's the playlist you're using for your backtrack or for your music? It's a playlist of all the songs that I use in my videos. But it's from Epidemic Sounds, so it's not really one that I can just say, oh, go to YouTube and just listen to it, because it's a custom one, and then all I did was I just basically created one MP3 of all the songs. Watch them. To delete the center pillar, rotate it a single tick, and then pull the pillars off it, and repeat that way. It's less steps. Okay, let me try and follow that. Okay, let me just do this one here. So you say there's a faster way of doing it, that I'm currently doing it right now. So what I'm doing now is putting that on there, copying it, going over here, going to the middle, then deleting that one, and you say there's a faster way than this. Okay, let's see. So on the center pillar, if you go to the place, so on the center pillar, if you go to the place, a second pillar on the first one, hold control and you can rotate the center pillar, but then place it. You mean rotate this one or rotate that one? Why would I want to rotate them? I don't understand. Let me try and read that message again. So on the center pillar, if you go to the place, if you go to place a second pillar on the first one, hold control and you can rotate the center pillar. Oh, okay, yes, I know what you mean. Let me just quickly do this one. So I think what you mean is, let's do this and then go here, and then from here you can just do kind of like, just click it, and then you can kind of like drag it out, and then so okay, let me do 1 or 2 or 3 of these, and then we're just gonna see if we're on the same page, right? So we go out, say so 16 would be, so that 5 for 16 meters and then 1. So what you're saying is you can kind of like do this, place it on here, rotate once, and then you kind of do the same thing again. But then what do you do about the gaps though? Or am I not understanding it correctly? Because as far as I understand, the method that I'm using right now is great for getting a nice, smooth, continuous, in this case, quarter circle. Or am I mistaken? Because I think the pillars rotate by 10 degrees. And if you rotate them by 10 degrees, if you're going to do not a big circle, like this is not necessarily a big circle, but it's like a medium-sized one. It's definitely not a small circle. You're going to struggle to kind of like fill these gaps nice and evenly. But for now, we just kind of have to muscle through the section that I'm doing right now, and then we get a nice, really cool looking circle. But it does take a minute to do though. Almost there. Almost got it. The thing that I also want to do is, since we are doing this in the Blueprint Maker, I want to actually put like decorate it a little bit. Oh no, that's wrong. What am I doing? I need to. What am I doing? There. And there. Oh, I moved it across. Okay, that's fine. Let's just save this a little bit. We'll call this circle horizontal. Hope you're enjoying some of this music. Nice. I'm glad you do. I think some of the mods that you can actually download will allow you to do what I'm doing a hell of a lot faster. But if you want to go full on vanilla like PlayStation guys, you guys can, or console guys, you can do this as well. Watch them on YouTube. Yeah, I guess, yeah, that wouldn't make a big circle without gaps. I swear I've made big circles that way. Yeah, if you remember the way that you do it, yeah, let me know. I'm always looking for new interesting ways to do circles, and that just kind of like gives you more options when you have to do something, and then when you have more options available, you can pick the one that best fit the job. So I just kind of like call it tools within your creative belt, if you want to go that route. I'm thinking something you can probably do as well, Whitestone. I don't know if you've tried this before. It's like do exactly what I did, but you use less, and to kind of save time, you can just nudge this over one bit, and you can still do like a proper circle without having to do this much overlapping, and it will still look as good. And your circle might be. I wonder if your circle is going to be a lot bigger. It might change the way that the circle. No, it won't, because you're still doing 16 across. That's definitely something I need to test. And see if we can maybe improve on this method slightly by, instead of just stopping here, you nudge out one. Especially if the circle, if they're so tightly packed together that you can kind of get away with that and not have gaps. Autosave, let's go. So when I tried this method the first times, I kept just putting things at the end and then these lopsided circles. I need to learn more of those methods, to be quite honest. Nope, it's off. Hobbs over on YouTube. I'm thinking of using Epidemic Sound for a few upcoming videos, but my only concern is whether I need to subscribe to them, given my location. No, Hobbs. As far as I understand with Epidemic, we're using it for 2 channels now, is you basically sign up and you tell them, listen, this is my channel I'm going to be using your music on, and as long as you have subscribed to them, you can then apply any music from their library to any one of your approved social media sites. So if you do YouTube, you can put out 15 videos a day with as many songs on it as you like, and as long as you are subscribed to them still, they will essentially give you automatically give you a license for that music while you subscribe and adding new music to it. Once you are no longer with Epidemic Sound, all those licenses that you then build up over the time for the different videos that you do will then get assigned to you in perpetuity. So you will never have any issues with that music, even if you decide to go with like SoundCloud or anything else like that. So they're actually really good, and they do have quite a library of music, and it just makes the whole licensing process essentially pain-free, because otherwise it's such a pain with licenses and it's so tricky. Subscribe as in a paid subscription. Yeah, of course, a paid subscription. It's very reasonable. I think it's like $10 a month US, $12 maybe. And then for that $12 you can associate up to 3 different platforms. So you can do like I'm doing now. I've got YouTube, I've got Twitch, and if I want to do TikTok or like Instagram, I can even add those on. I think it's 3 or 4 social media channels that's covered within that license. And then all that you do on your account side, you just say, oh, this is my YouTube channel, here's the name, you confirm it. They then basically greenlit that channel for any music from their side. So the music that you use still gets flagged by Epidemic, but they don't file any copyright claims because you then have the licensing for that music because you have an account with them. So it's quite easy. Hit me up if you wanna know more about it. But yeah, no, they're actually quite good. Been using them for years now, and they're pretty much hassle-free. That's the big thing. Right, so we've got this quarter circle now set up. The only thing is the circle doesn't stop perfectly there, so there's going to be slight overlapping once we link these up. So we always have to make sure that I'm gonna do this. Say that this is the flat side, and I'm gonna bring it up to there. We'll go from here, we'll go out. Alright, there we go. I was wondering why it's different there. Right, so that's going to be our circle, and we're basically just going to rotate it around this little center bit, and then we're going to delete all that stuff there. So let me save this, and we'll quickly test and see if this is done. Now if the circle's good, then we know we can continue from here. Over on Twitch, Juggler. Hello. How are we doing? We are doing good. We are making circles for traffic, a traffic circle. What do you guys call it in the UK? It's a roundabout. I think in the US, not in the US, but in Australia, it's also roundabouts. So we'll try and get this guy to snap to that one. So there we go. So that's the one. And we're going to go to blueprint mode. Turn this sucker around. Get it to line up there. And we're going to get this bad boy. Slip him right in there. Get this guy also. And then we're going to do the last one over here. Was that the last one? So that's effectively our circle. Let me just open up a window because it's getting hot in this room. 1 second. Open up the window. Now it's so bright I can hardly see on the screen. I'll put on a fan and see what happens. Okay, so here's our circle. Just kind of like get like a general idea of it. I think that's pretty good, but I think we do need to scoot it over quite a bit. Maybe our calculations were a bit off. So this side is okay, but this is kind of like a little bit of a big gap. So maybe I'm thinking if we They're pretty pricey. What's their price, Hobbs, for Epidemic Sound? For if you do the yearly subscription, then they're more reasonable. But as far as I remember, they're not too far out from the competition, unless I'm mistaken. No, Hobbs, chat will show up when you watch the video back. You can activate an option next to it, so it doesn't embed the chat into the video itself. I don't particularly like that option, but there's an option for Twitch and for YouTube to have the chat scroll along with you when you rewatch the video afterwards, so you don't have to embed it into your video, so I can then use the video for other purposes as well without having a chat, kind of like chat scrolling on the side constantly. But thanks, I appreciate that. Okay, let's move this guy a little bit because he's somewhat in the way. Watchstone, my massive supercharger built and the pressure tank, I use the big circles with the pillars. I will have to remember what methods I use.
A new follower
that'll be handy.
Lecker_Meloni just followed.
Lecker Malone, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay here. So, okay. Hobbs, in regards to Epidemic Sound, you can do a 30-day free trial and you'll still get the licensing, so you can definitely test it out and then take it from there. If you like it, then subscribe. If you don't like it, you still get to keep those licenses. Alright, so let's try and position this a little bit better, because I want to see if I can get it a little closer to this edge. So let's actually copy this one over. We'll drop it down to the height that I kind of want this to be. So this is going to be just slightly above the road. Probably like that. And let's try and scoot it over. Like this isn't too bad. Okay, let me place this one down and I'll remove the other ones. And we'll see if we build off this little quarter circle. We'll see if this is going to be good. And then once we're happy with the circle, we can then make it look a little, kind of like dress it up a little bit. Come on, snap to the side. And we can just replace these ones that we placed in. But this is now just to see if these are good or not. Right, so we need to make sure that the pillar line. No, where's my, there we go. And then there's our little positioning thingy. Well, this one is completely out. Oh, I messed this up completely. Not the end of the world though. I just kind of worked off the wrong one. So we want to go there. Whoops. There we go. So let me just get rid of these. I was kind of like, I think it snapped wrongly to the one of the previous ones that was here. There we go. So let's just make sure the pillars line up, because that's how I know they are centered. There we go. I'll be happy with this time. I think so. Okay, let's remove these little center bits. We'll leave that one in there. It's kind of what we're going for. So let me just... And what we can do is we can work off this and just kind of like do a bigger circle on the outside, but we'll work off these circles to get that one going. Let me get a blueprint maker up here just so I can see how we can kind of like dress it up a little bit. So we'll put it over here. It's gonna get clearance, and we can load that one again. So we could try something that might look interesting, and we're gonna have to see how we're gonna do this. Is you can kind of in the center, you can put this line here, these little guys, but we're gonna have to see if we can line them up so that they overlap, but that it still looks good. So let's do it over here, and then we need to decide on a color. Well, we kind of got this white color going here, maybe like a slight blue whitish color. We might lean into this one a bit more. And we'll match the other buildings in the background. It's kind of like a white, but it's got like a tint of blue in. Let's try and increase that a little bit. Because when you jack up the emission, it blows out the color a little bit. So if we can get anything that will kind of match. So what I'm trying to prevent is like a massive amount of I don't mind the overlap, but it still needs to look good. So I'm not sure about that. Or what we can do alternatively is we can use these little guys. They're going to be a little bit more forgiving in the sense that we can play with them a little bit more. There's going to be more leeway. Let's try this darker blue. Or actually, you know what? Hold on a second. We're going to stick with the dark blue, but what I want to try something. So we'll take this off, and we'll do the background, and we'll do this kind of like gradient thingamajig, and then I think one of these need to be black. I'm not sure which one. No, the center one. I think this one needs to be blue. Let's see what this looks like. So it just gives it a little bit more definition. So let me just double check something here. Okay, so that's going to be the outside. So if we make this one a little lighter, put that blue back in there, and we've got a darker edge. Okay, so that kind of looks interesting, I think. And let's see if we can get them to space out evenly. That's what's going to make it look good. You see, but now they should space out evenly. It's just a matter of targeting the correct pillar. First time chatter. Oh, that's Mr. Lecker Malone that just kind of subscribed to us over on Twitch. Hello there. How are you doing? I'm doing very well. I missed the start. What are you building there? Looks like a roundabout. Yes, so here we are building a roundabout, and the roundabout is for the rocket fuel production, which is sitting over there. We've set up our train stations to bring all the materials in that we need to be able to do rocket fuel, and we've got a road that leads over there that's kind of like going to wrap around here, and we've got this road that's then going to be coming down here, and then you'll have this circle because the main entrance for this building is going to be like here. So then so as soon as the road is kind of in position, then I know where my main entrance should be and how to adjust it. And the idea is we wanted to use this kind of like fauna or flora sitting in here just to make it look a little bit more interesting. And then we'll have the road going around. So all of this is to set up rocket fuel, and we're probably going to have like a tower that does that has all the generators in it. That will then be that will burn the rocket fuel for us. So we just kind of like laying the infrastructure for everything that leads up to the point where we can get the rocket fuel going. And I just want to dress up this circle a little bit, but I don't know, I'm not sold on these little guys here. What we could do is we could just not do anything. And just leave this. And another first-time chatter over on Twitch. Isles? Oh, never caught you live before. Well, I've only been live for about a week, so you haven't missed much. But yeah, welcome. So, still not sure what we're going to do here. Could try and space them out a little bit more and see if this works. But getting them to go nice and even is going to be a little tricky. And at the end of the day, I'm not even sure if this looks nice. Alternatively, we're just going to make, I think instead of having it like that, that would do it, is we can grab these guys, put it on this top edge, and we can have kind of like a light going around, which we can blend a lot easier, and I think that this actually might look better. The only issue is, if I nudge it down one, it's harder gonna, it might stick, it might have like a little, oh hold on a second, this might look interesting. Let me just quickly test this. So if I do that, we've got this like very thin strip sticking out, which might look really interesting. So let's grab this blue light, kind of like a teal. Let's just do all this quickly. So we get this guy, and we're just gonna need to position it evenly and see if we can get it to overlap a little bit, but not too much. And we can pretty much go around like this and autosave. Come on. Looks kind of nice as is, just plain concrete around a little island, or maybe around the inside, lighting up the floor out. That's a cool idea. It will be a lot, you can see there's a lot of inconsistencies when you light this up, but I think maybe doing the inside, that could definitely be the way to go. And what we could do, because we got a little bit more room to work with, we can swap these guys out. I think that's an excellent idea. You can swap these out for either the 2 or the 1 meter. So let's try, which one am I looking for? 2 meters square? No, 2 meters square. We can do these and light up this entire section, and we can possibly try an interesting color like a red or green even. So let's try green. I'm just gonna see how this is gonna look, but that actually might be the way to go. So we can have that, and then these guys can then overlap easily. That's fine. Alright, Hobbs, over on YouTube, thank you so much. Have a good day. So if we give them like a slight overlap, then I think they're going to look quite nice. Oh yeah. I think if you overlap them a little bit more, they're actually going to look even, a bit more even. That's going to look interesting at night if we do this entire ring. So, hells yeah, let's do that. So, shall I do that in the blueprint maker, or just do it here? Yeah, we'll just do it here for now. But I think what you need to do is just overlap them a little bit, so that we're going to have to overlap them quite a bit to get them nice and even, but that's fine. This is kind of like a one-shot. Come on. So it looks like you kind of have to have them overlap by about 50% to avoid the, just so you can't see the scene or the edge of the other lights. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I like that. Okay, let's keep going. Oops. Nope. That's gonna look really. That's gonna look real interesting from a distance. Okay, nice. This bright light with the dark background is completely blowing out this HDR. So you see almost nothing else except just the light. And then I think if we add more lights to illuminate these trees, so these are not going to work, but my first thought was if you kind of like add these guys in here, but at an up angle, you could illuminate them. But what we can, I keep pressing the tilde key. Go away. If we go to we can do like, we can just try it with the floodlight. I'm not going to use a floodlight. Top leg, how's it going? So we put this guy in here and then just hook it up. Give it a green color. I don't have a green. Which one can I sacrifice? I'm going to do this one. Is that green? Why does it not look green? Oh, I need to probably choose that color. So having those trees illuminated like that could be an interesting idea, but I don't know how we can do that without having like a massive light like this. I mean, the other way we can do it is over on Twitch. Isols? Sorry, I'm butchering your name. I really wish there was smaller versions of the wall lights. Yep. And more versatile ones that you can kind of like put down here and you can bend it whichever way you want in whatever direction. So, one alternative, but I don't think this is actually going to work well, is if we do some kind of, let's say we just raise a platform above the trees. I'm just going to place this one here as an example. We can kind of do this, then grab the large billboard. Just going to line this guy up, and then have like an overhead light, but that will illuminate the trees, but it might be more of a distraction than something that's going to look good. We could do that though, but then we can build like an arm coming up here that just kind of like arches over and then has the light in there. That could maybe work. Topolek over on YouTube says, yesterday I stumbled upon a mod that creates a blueprint from selected objects for deletion. Yeah, I saw that one from another creator, so you can kind of like go like this, and you can just keep selecting all of these, and then you say like right click it and you save the blueprint. Yeah, it's pretty good mod, good mod. But yeah. So what do we think? Are we gonna try and do this, and then just build like something like maybe from here that reaches over and above, and then has the light going down? Overhead arc could work. Yeah. So we'll leave that there for now. Let's get the road going first. And thank you for correcting me. My nickname is pronounced Topa Layok. Layok? Layok. Topa Layok, is that? Topa Lake. Topa Layok. Topa Lake. Topa Lake. Okay, let's get rid of these. Okay, so we'll leave that big light in there for now, and then let's get the road done first. Top of leg. So I was thinking we could take these foundations and kind of snap them to these ones, and just kind of like go around like this until we get this nice little circle going. Oh, I just perfectly guessed that one there. Look at that. Look at that. Let's try and we nail it again. Let's do a hat trick. Nope. Go one back. Nope. 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 So which one did I target? Okay, it doesn't matter because I'm going to do another pillar down here. We can get it as close as possible. Like, even if it's like a little bit of overlapping, that's fine. Just dump all of these. Yeah, this circle's actually working out better than I thought it would. Look at that. It's moist. Nope. There we go. Over on YouTube, I've got what's that? Segame FN84. I can't imagine a simple decorative piece could take so much time. That is true, unfortunately. These do tend to be a little bit of a time sink. But the thing that I enjoy more, or the thing that I enjoy about doing these that do take a little bit of time is the first thing is more a case of, can I do it? Like, this is what I want to do, and I wonder if I can do it, and then trying to figure out that puzzle of how are you actually going to achieve what you're trying to do. That for me is kind of fun. It's like a little mental exercise of, this is what I want to do, these are the tools I have, and now how do I figure out how to do that to the point where I'm happy with the result. That's pretty much, I think that's pretty much Satisfactory summed up. Is, I want to do this, I have to work within these constraints, and let me figure out how I'm going to do that within those constraints. So yeah. And then Handsome Ben, I walk away for 20 minutes to give my dog his medication, and you've created this beautiful plant thing. Plant thing. A roundabout circle with some sort of overhead lighting that we still need to figure out. But so at least we got the circle going. So we're getting there. We're getting there. This is very much a delayed gratification kind of game. If you play it like I played. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna have the road coming that way, and we're just gonna. We can maybe bring the road in a little bit closer. Or, because the thing is, I kind of wanted to go like that, and then from that point, just gonna link up to perhaps this corner, and just kind of like take it straight to that point. So I've never made circles with this short end of a half foundation, but that came out really good. It did, eh? It did come out real nice. I'm very happy with it. It's very cool. It's very nice. Okay, let's see. Let me quickly do this, and I just want a nice little corner to work off with. And then what we can do is look at the reflection there. I was like, is that like radioactive goo or something there? No, it's just a reflection. So we're going to go from this point, switch it to freeform, and you kind of want to aim for that edge right there. So it's going to fly on over. And I want to go for this edge, so you can, even though I'm beyond that distance, at 40 meters, I can still aim here, and you'll see it will still perfectly line up. So I don't know if you guys know that, but there you go. So you can go, like, I've done this kind of technique with, like, where, like, the maximum length of this, the beam is, like, 40 meters, and I've done ones where it's, like, 140 meters that you have to pull it out. But you get really cool results from it then. And the added bonus is, if you snap a foundation to it, the foundations will remain level. So if you go to the edge, let me show you what I mean by that. Hold on, let me give you a better demonstration. So let's say we want to take the road out in that direction. So you grab the beam, you put it on the outer edge of wherever your turn is going to be, and you aim it in whichever direction that you want. You can even do it like that. It doesn't matter that it's that high. You then grab the foundation, you go to you aim at the beam, and that will then kind of lock it to the center. So you just have to nudge it up one. Actually, no, hold on, I'm lying. I think that severe angle did kind of affect it a little bit. Let's just do like, so that's, you see that's definitely not level. But if you go to the edge of the foundation, of the beam, it will snap to that alignment or that angle, and you should still be pretty much level with the foundation that it snaps to. Then you just kind of like nudge this into position, and there you've got a level road in that direction that you want it. You see there is a slight difference in height here. There. Now if you play with it a little bit, you can actually get this to be 100% level with this road here. But if you want to get like a custom angle road, just grab a beam, point. No, that's not a beam. Grab a beam, point it in a direction, and off you go. Oh yeah, absolutely. Beams are one of the most powerful tools that is severely underutilized. Okay, let's get back to this. See, this one is 100% level. Or maybe it's slightly off, but it's so damn close that we don't really see that it is actually slightly off, because it's close enough to look 100% level. And then when you get to this point, I'm just going to aim at the beam again, because then I snap to the edge where it snapped, and then you get this perfect corner again. There you go. Oh, I just extended it a bit too far. Oh no, that's the original one we snapped to. And then all I need to do is just okay, so the idea is the cars will come down this road, link up here, and then they'll be able to drive around to circle. And once they get to this point, we need to now be able to link them back up to this road. So that's going to be the level that we kind of aim at, and we can literally just kind of like try for this corner to that corner. That should be fine. Let's get this foundation to move in a little bit more. Just want to get it as close as we can. And then we're going to target that edge there, and kind of like the outer side of the circle, which is going to be right here. Okay, we can just scoot on past that point because it's the inner corner. We don't care about that particularly too much. Okay, switch for the autosave. Let's get... Okay, that's going to cover that point. And there. Okay, so that kind of links up. I would have liked if we could do like a curve. We can, but the question is, do we want to go through all that trouble to get the curve going? We kind of got like a teardrop shape going now. Let's we'll revisit that point in a later time. So for now we need to just kind of like clean this section up here. Lacquer over on Twitch looks really nice. Great style of building in general. You got me going on there. You got going on there. Thank you. Right, so let's try and see how we're going to do this. So we'll use these pillars again, and I'm just trying to think what's the best way to do it. I know of a way to do it. I'm just trying to think if there's a way that I can do this better. So the way that I know is you basically just kind of try to aim. So I'm trying to find something that looks very similar. As in if there's like a repeating pattern, which there isn't because we weren't too accurate when we placed them against that side. But what I want to do is I just want to be more than 4 meters apart when I place the next pillar. And you can just kind of like go around like this all the way. And the reason I'm placing the pillars is I'm looking for a snap point basically. So placed a few there. Let's see if this is going to work now. And then what I want to do here is grab the beams again, and I'm going to aim for the center of the beam and then push on to the center again. So from there just keep on going on the centers, and we'll see if this works well. And then I'm going to snap to the edge of that beam. So now I've got basically, you can see I've made my circle, my line now. Now the reason you have to do less than 4 meters is so that you can fit one of these in. So we can probably tighten this up a little bit more so we get a better result. But you can now, so this is going to be probably, yeah, that's tight. So you can probably do it like that. And then you do the next one the same. And then you can delete these ones. So now you've got those in position, then you just go to the outside edge to make it nice and neat. Snap them there. Actually, we need to go from this point, sorry, my bad. So that allows you to kind of like now wrap it around like this. So let's continue this one. It doesn't look too bad. Although I can already see this one is a little extreme. So that technique isn't really going to work because we didn't place the foundations in a somewhat regular pattern. You just kind of like just place them down and knew that we can overlap. So we're going to work off the circle to actually replicate what I'm trying to do now. So let's do this. Let's start from about, I think, here. So it's going to be like one of these, and I'll probably just move this out up to there. I want a slight overlap here because as you can see there's like these jagged edges. I want to cover all these jagged edges up, so something like that's probably going to work. And I'm wondering if we should, these ones are fairly close together. Ideally we'd want to have like every third or fourth one, but there's no real effective way of telling which one is the third and fourth one. So let's just drag it out like this. One way we can do it is like we can kind of see, we can look at this point there and there to see if we're pretty much as close as we can get. And that should give us a much more even kind of spread at the end. So I think that's going to work. So like I said, it's kind of like a little puzzle that you have to solve, and the puzzle is one part of it is how do you do it, The second part is how do you do it more efficiently and faster and quicker and better. So see, now we've got a much more of an even spread, and we can just come and delete these little ones in the middle and then use the ones on the edge to snap the actual circle that we're going to have. So it's not going to be 100%, but it's going to be pretty damn close. What are we, about a third done now? Okay, let's do a section and see how this turns out. And I'm just going to filter this one and just quickly delete all these center ones. There we go. So now we got something to work off from. So I'm going to do the same thing, center to center. So you see these are all 3.992 meters apart. I think that's going to be close enough for these guys to overlap nicely. Let's see if I just kind of like stick to the center of this pillar. This first one seems a bit off, but it might just be because the road comes in there. Let's see. I'm going to continue on and see how this turns out. Let's go to default mode rather. Less clicks for me to do. So these are spaced out pretty decently. Kind of guessed fairly good. There are some discrepancies here and there, but I think overall pretty much spot on. Let's just have a look at the outside. Let me just delete one or two. Alright, so we've got that little gap there, which is probably going to be the same for all of them. And I think if we... let's alter it a little bit. And we'll do the same, but we'll come in one. So that the... oh, this needs to go to the other side, sorry. Delete this one. That should compensate for that gap. Good thing I checked. There's no point in making that one section look bad and everything else is good. So let's delete these two. Oh, but now the road, now the road's sticking out a little bit. So I wonder if we, damn it, let's try half a nudge. So I'm going to go half nudge in and then 4 across. Down 1, half in, 4 across. So here and there we can still got little bits. Those aren't the end, we can, like the worst ones we can try and just overlap like that. Okay. Alright, so let's continue on. We'll stick to that because at least the road's covered. The gaps are smaller if there are a gap, or if there is a gap at all. And then the worst offenders we can try and just overlap a little bit. Otherwise we can be here all day. And whilst I do believe that I'll try and make it as good as possible, I am going to draw a line at some point saying that it's not, you're getting diminishing returns basically. Alright, I can get rid of these now. Still going to have a little bit of a gap. In fact, if there's a big gap, that's actually going to count in our favor, because then you can just add another one and block that off. Now, if I would do another one of these, I would 100% rather do this in the blueprint maker, the big one. Although we don't have the big one unlocked yet, so that's a bit of a shame. Because then you can justify spending more time with it, because you can now use it multiple times. And since this is essentially two roads with like, no wait, this isn't two roads. Okay. It's still big enough for a vehicle, which is kind of like, it's meant to be one lane, but I thought we might as well make it two foundation width. And ideally I would probably have liked to have done that, but that seemed to be a slight oversight on my side. But it will still function as intended though. But yeah, makers in the blueprint maker would be the better option. Just so that you don't have to do this again. So you can do it once really well and you can move on from there. Eccentric over on YouTube. Looks good again. How do you do the inner glow? Okay, I'll show you in a minute. Give me a second. Somebody has suggested it, and it's quite a good suggestion. We were trying a couple of options, and that is essentially the best one. And all this is one of these guys, just overlapped. And because you can snap it to the pillars, you've got a very decent snap point like this one needs to go. I'll come back and I'll check that out in a second. But yeah, you just snap that all together and you've got this nice little glowy inner circle thing with it. Yeah, it looks good, eh? It's definitely the better option of the ones that we explored, for sure. Okay, let's remove this and just kind of like have a quick look and see how this looks. Okay, at a glance it looks pretty good. Slight gaps here and there, but that's not the end of the world. Definitely not. Okay, so let's kind of link this up here, because this one looks a bit odd. And we can drop all of those. Oh, but these ones we have to redo because we kind of changed it a little bit. And we filter that one. Just quickly grab these. And we just run through them. Eccentric over on YouTube again. Oh, okay. I also want to know about project progress calculation board near your aluminium plant. The stream of check marks, how to do that. You told me you didn't, but I'm still interested to know. Yeah, I didn't make those, so I won't be able to tell you how the hell they did that. The code was in here, the guy who made it, and effectively the answer to your question is trigonometry. That's how we did it. So beyond that, I can't tell you how to do that. I have no idea. And I did try to kind of figure it out to be able to replicate it for my own needs. And at the end of the day, I just use these designs because these are just far superior. And for those who are wondering what we're talking about, we're talking about this. No, it's concave. So I did this for my phase 4 build. And this is one that I didn't make this. This was somebody else who made it. And I just kind of like adapted it for my world and for my needs. I'll give that a second to build. It's going to take a minute. So we want to go. Alright, there we go. There. Looks pretty good, huh? So what I did was I built like this modular outpost system, and then this was essentially the centerpiece for that. And this is for phase 4. This is all the items that you need. This is all the items that, well, this is the names of the items you need. This was the production rate, and then this is essentially what I needed to be able to complete those at this rate: 3, 7.5, 3, and 3. So this is a nice little visual indicator. So when I do videos on YouTube, we'll go to this board and be like, oh, today we're going to do that, and then once we complete that, oh, then we're going to do this, and so on and so on. But this is an excellent blueprint. You guys can find it on, where do you get the blueprints again? What's that site's name? Oh, the place where you find blueprints. That's where you can get it, and it's called Concave Screen. Hey, I've taken inspiration from that board, but I don't have anything near the same nice angles. Getting those angles, Ursula, is, I don't know. That's math that I didn't do in school. I don't know how we did that. I'm pretty sure you can sit for 2 hours and kind of like explain it to you, but yeah. The thing is, it's probably very handy to know, but I think the amount of time that he spent on that one was most likely considerable. And but yeah, no, it's an excellent blueprint. It's really nice, but a little bit beyond my skill level at the moment, to put it mildly. Okay, this is shaping up nice. It's actually looking really good from a distance, huh? This looks nice. I like it. Okay, so let's try and get this little section done. So we'll do the straight bit, and we'll kind of like keep this tiered design in here. If we really want to, which might be interesting, we could possibly go like this. Let me do it in the beams, and we'll think about if we really want to do it like that. We can kind of go like this. And like that. Oh, hold on. Every time it freezes a little bit with the autosave, I just keep thinking, no, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. We can cut out this section and kind of have that shape going, which might look interesting. It's not going to be a hell of a lot more work, but I'll leave it there and we can contemplate on that one. But let's get this. Let's do what we can at the moment. But yeah, what do you guys think? Leave it for now? What's the general consensus? Or cut that section out and just shape it in the same way as the outer? So shape the inner way, the inner section similar to the outer section. Let me know what you guys think. I think it's still going to be good either way. Would be interesting to see what you guys think. Yeah, I agree. Let's first finish what we started. Let's just make some headway, and then we can revisit that. But I'm gonna leave that there, and we can come back to that one. But yes, I think we've made this quite nice. But I also do want to get like a sense of progression going, and all of this is just to lead to the entrance of this building. So I do want to kind of get onto that, because I'm quite looking forward to making the tower for the fuel factory, or for the fuel generators rather, sorry. Alright, so delete all these guys. Okay, and we're going to go from center to center. Okay, let's do one more just so I can get the line here. Mr. Bean, you're in the way now. Mr. Bean, rather. I think I said Bean. Nope. Yeah, this one. There. To go on YouTube. Jake's love playing around with stuff for his for eternity until he's satisfied his mind. Still he's satisfied his mind because it's satisfactory after all. It is satisfactory. It needs to be satisfactory. We'll revisit it. I try to also have like a practical approach as well, and not go totally nuts with things that, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't deserve that amount of attention. So there is a fine line to be maintained. Is the music still playing? Why is it so soft? It seems so soft, or maybe it's just the song intro is soft. Oh no, it's going. But yeah, I do try to actively draw a line between spending 5 hours to make something look 10% better, as opposed to just moving on to the next and making a little bit more progress, and not get bogged down by like the nitty-gritty of things that would be nice, but it's not really worth all that effort. So there's always a bit of a line to walk between them. Okay, so let's get this one to line up a little better. So I'm just gonna go from there to there, and it should be close enough. So that one. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna leave the arm for later as well. This is pretty much the way it's going to be. Now we need to figure out, so when the vehicles come down this road, let's yoink this little guy. I'm trying to think which side of the road do I actually drive on. So anyways, okay, so they're going to come down. So one thing that immediately striking me is this road behind me needs to be a two-way road, so that just from a practical point of view you can have vehicles driving up and down as opposed to essentially now having a one-way. So because if you come around this side and you want to climb up to the road, you kind of want to climb up here, because if there's a vehicle coming down you won't be able to go up. So this needs to expand. Probably like that. We don't necessarily have to do 2 on a side. We can do 3. We can do it like this. This should be fine. Then there's enough space for 2 of them. And we can just bring this one back a little bit. There we go. I think that's going to be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. And we'll try and make this corner a little bit more forgiving. We'll probably just 45 it to there and link it up to going up there. Okay, but I think that's fine. Over on YouTube, eccentric, a little of fluctuation in clipping won't hurt, right? A little clipping is fine, obviously. So these vehicles will come around here and possibly pull into, I think, this area if you want to park here. And then we can have the office area there. So this will be part of the building. We can put our little server there. We can have like a little entrance and some display signs showing exactly what we're making here. And then this can be the parking area. And then you can kind of like climb up here. Okay, so let's quickly just get this height going. I just want to double check the height because I know there's a slight difference here. And it's not 100% one foundation. Oh no, it is. Is it? Let me just double check something. Thought it was slight. No, it's pretty much there. Okay, cool. Alright, so this one is gonna go like that. We'll push this over. And this will link up to that side. Delete that one. Eccentric over YouTube, show me your color swatches that you use really a lot in almost all your builds. Even if the most ones I use is those, which is standard, and those. Then I'll probably maybe, like I use that black a lot, I use this orange a lot. I might change that orange to be a little bit more like a matted color, a little bit desaturated. And the only one that it's really custom is the pipe one, which is this one here. That's the blue for basically that I use for water. And then the gray at the bottom is your, I think this is, no, this is the standard swatch, has that color. That's not this one though, it's whatever that swatch was, swatch 17. But that's about it. I don't use a lot of custom colors. I kind of like stick with these ones because they work well. No reason to change something that isn't broken. Okay, so let's dump this tree. This needs to go. Let's not use explosives, just in case. Oh, I need biofuel. Over on YouTube again, and yet you got a stunning world. Crazy at what? What about your spiral coast swatch list? That's just white, my man. That's just the solid white. You literally just go over here and you go to the white color, and when it's white you just do this, make it 100, enter, and now you've got solid white. That's it. And that was basically just white. And I think the only other color that I used is not on the swatch, it's on these guys. Is the one that I sometimes use. One that I use a lot actually. Is either this kind of like teal color, that's the code right there. 6CD6FF, so 6CD6FF. And for lights I use this very light blue color, which is B9D6FF, so B9D6FF. Hope you got it. Okay, so we're gonna have the little parking lot here, so we're gonna just have to remove these. And it might seem a little bit like, why do you do this if you can remove them? But I didn't know where I was gonna put it, so Isula. I'm butchering the name, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I've taken inspiration from that board, but I don't have anything near the same nice angles. Yeah, that's the thing about that board, is that's where the difficulty comes in, is to get those angles and to get those little bits of things, little bits of 0.5 signs to line up as well as they did. And that's really what sets that board apart, is the precision at which they did that black magic that they did there. That's the thing about that board, 100%. Okay, so that just happens to line up really perfectly. So we'll do another section down here. Scoot this one over. We're gonna have to do this one. About the board, I was trying to do something that shows the flowchart in every factory in a mega screen, something similar on how modular works. You can actually do that without the board. For instance, if I go to, where's my signs? Like take this one for instance. Renzo, I'll answer your question in a moment. So you can kind of like do this. This will be how you would do those big boards. So this is an advertisement board I'm making for like in-game lore and stuff. So you can see you've got a normal board, and then at the back there, you've got your 2-meter signs that's kind of in bed. But the problem is you can't just place a board there and then put this one on and then go down and place it there. Only some of them will work. So you see, it doesn't show anything even though that one is there. And you can see that one there will show you, I mean that's completely different. You can still target it, but it's lying just behind this pixel, this images. So the pixels that this image is displaying, if you place a board just on top of it, it's gonna, depending on which sign it is, you have to play around them. It's gonna lie right behind it. So you need to scoot that over forward just a little bit to get kind of like this result where you've got signs in signs to make like a really nice display. So for instance, if I go to, no, that's something else. That's the MEM, same one. Like here's another example. So this is like a little freestanding board for just to populate your world with interesting things. This one you can see is this 0.5 meter sign. If I place it on top here and just nudge it down, let's see, you see it doesn't actually go through, so you have to move it forward a little bit. Now I suppose the next question is, how the hell do you move it forward? And that takes a little time. And basically, I'm just going to quickly show you this because I want to continue, is you place these ones down. And the reason you want to place these down is if you add the catwalk, you can see the catwalk can move freely on here. So if you place this sign, hold on, let me just do this. So I'm going to place this catwalk there. And the reason I want it there is so I can snap this board to the catwalk. Not to the pillar, to the catwalk. So I want to put something there that's going to look like that at the back there. To get that, you're going to have to take this catwalk and you pretty much have to just find a point to work from. So I know that this one has snapped onto this one and there's only so many snap points. Which means if I place this catwalk, if you look at the front bit now, so I'm looking there, I'm looking right there, is I'm gonna just, that's probably the same. If I back it up just a little bit and like there. If I now take this sign and place it onto this catwalk. Now remember, it's snapping to the catwalk, but the catwalk is like slightly back. So if you now go back to the sign and you try and position it here, you can see, okay, so that didn't work. But you know, okay, now I need to go back by about that amount. So I'm going to snap another catwalk to this one, delete this catwalk. Now I'm going to place another one, and now I'm using this one here, that line, as my reference. And I know that I need to move it back about that much. So I'm just kind of like eyeballing it here. I'm going to do that, delete this one, put this one back here. And once you get it up, obviously you do this in the blueprint maker because you want to be able to save whatever you do. So you can see that's almost there. And let's see if it's going to go through. So it needs to go forward by, no, go away. You can see there how much it needs to go. So you effectively just have to play with that method that I just showed you until you get it right. And when you get one in there, you can just kind of like, you can move these things around at the back because now you've got your snapping point. And from there, you can just kind of like go nuts. And then you get these like really nice signs. I hope that helps. But yeah, it's quite finicky, but once you do it a couple of times and you get it right, then it becomes fairly easy. Like within about 5 or 10 minutes, you can get signs like that. Then it's just a matter of figuring out how to make cool signs. All right, let me catch up on chat here. Renzo Kempen, hey James, how did you make the curves for that roundabout? You can rewatch the VOD if you want more details, But it's pretty much this. I made this in the blueprint maker, and I start from here, center point, move out to however big you want the circle to be. You then place pillar at the back, then you grab this one again, and you start from the center on free mode this time, and you go to that edge there. And if you go up here, so now you snap it to the edge or to the starting point, nudge this all the way, and there you can see the circle starting to appear. And you just keep doing that until you've got a quarter. And once you've got a quarter, you can now just smash these together to make a full circle. And do this in a blueprint maker so you can save your progress, and you can actually do it correctly and not have to do it by hand every time. And if it's in the blueprint maker, now I've got that size circle for the future. And then all these are just kind of like based off this one, just kind of drag it out, and then if you watch the board, you'll see exactly how I did this. But that's essentially how I did it. I hope that answers your question. So, moving on. Right, so we've got our little parking area now. So, let's see if I can dump this section here. Let's go for a low ramp. Maybe do a little ramp section on this side as well. And then on that little bit there, we're just gonna place. This one's not ideal. What you could do is do this, because I want this little ramp to kind of make sense, but I also need to accommodate the stairs. So now we got this little bit here. This will lead into like the office. And actually, you know what? Let's. Okay, wait, let me check up on chat again. Eccentric, imagine dismantling something by mistake that you had a hard time adjusting is painful. Yeah, so don't do it. That's basically it. What we can do here is actually, hold on, I'm being stupid. We just do this. Just overlap them. There you go. Do we want that though? No, we don't. Don't be afraid to break things down if it doesn't work. Perhaps we can do. Okay, let's focus here. Okay, so this is going to be the car park, which is why we've made this entire damn circle here. And let's put a couple of cars here just to make it visually obvious. And let's scoot these guys over a little bit. There we go. So that's the idea. We can actually have the ramp in back here now that I see where the cars are going to be parked. So we can have this little guy. Now we can actually do that thing that I just did. No, but then now let's keep it like this. And just to emphasize that we have a railing there, or that we have a ramp there, we can put this little railing here. And then this one can go there. What? No, what the hell are you doing? Go there. That's it. Alright, and then we can, so this can be like to go around to that area, and we can still have the office up here. So let's quickly get this wall going so I can see how I can integrate the office to it. Alright guys, we are slowly making progress here. I'm just thinking, so let's do the interior, because I've already got an idea of what I want to do with the interior, but I don't know what I'm going to do with the exterior. So we're going to have this. So it's kind of like going to be almost like a clean room effect. We have those guys up to there. And then possibly so something like this. That's why I kind of like wanted these to be compartmentalized. I can have them there. Go across. Just quickly tie this section in here as well. Okay, that works. And then usually what I do with this glass, just to kind of like give it a bit of a frame, is you can add this in here. And just kind of take this all the way around. You're going to have to... Actually, no way, we're going to keep this there because I've got a different idea I want to do with that corner. So usually what I do is I'll do it like that. But I've got a different idea for that little bit sticking out there. But I use this pillar just to kind of frame the window, and it just makes it feel, or makes it look a bit more, I want to say rounded off, but yeah, it just makes it look, it makes it fit better. Let's say that. So we're going to do this section. Let me go up a little bit. I'll keep that open as well. I'm just going to snap to this guy. So there we go. So you can kind of see it coming together now. Thing is, I still want access to them. I don't just want to block them off entirely. So we can maybe place a door there and there for access to this one. So you can still get to it, but it's a little bit out of the way, so it doesn't really spoil the kind of like look that we're going for. You can do those. This one can go up to there. And then just to make this look a little bit more interesting, I'm just going to soften these angles a bit. And do it like that. And then we'll do a solid wall on this side. We could even make this pillar. Katrina over on YouTube. Hi, welcome, welcome. Katrina, we are making progress. Let me show you what we did. Made like a little circle for our vehicles. Still busy with it, but for now we're just kind of like moving on a little bit. Just to get to see how the building is going to be shaped. So let's do the same on this side. Just going to nudge this guy all the way up. How high did we go here? Something like that, yeah. That looks lovely. It does, doesn't it? So now we're busy with like the clean room effect that I want to go for in here. And I just want to get a better sense of what the building's going to look like on the inside, so we can start work on the outside as well. Right, so we need to have a door here, so we need one more set of foundations. Vlad, how's it going? See you over on YouTube. Nice to have you back. Hope you're doing well. Okay, grab this guy. Nope, I don't want you there. I want you there. And we're going to do 4 meters again. I'm going to have the glass. Oh, no, not there. Have it like that. So it's kind of shaping up, but we do need color in here. This is a bit dreary. I'm struggling so Katrina over on YouTube. Katrina, I'm going to say, I don't know what your nationality is, but I want to tell you what your name is like in Afrikaans, which is my first language. Katrina will be Katrine. I keep thinking that whenever I see your name, Katrine. I'm struggling at the moment to get bright white colors onto coated concrete foundations. Onto these. Catherine? Those. That you shouldn't struggle with that. Let's have a quick look here. Yeah, actually that's Dutch spelling of my name. Catherine, yeah. But I don't think you guys are so heavy on the R's like us South Africans. There you go. Bright white. We're struggling with this. So, if you are, this is the white color, the top one. And I just changed, so you make it white. In fact, let me do this. So concrete primary, make it white. They end up being blue. So when you change this value, does this change as well? Like you can see, let me have a look again closely. You see, there's like this is like your saturation, I think. So if you change this one here, you'll see the saturation changes as well. And if you've done this correctly, it should look like that, which will then allow you to do. God, that is bloody white. That's damn white. Like, it is extremely white then. So, I don't know, try that. But if you do the same and it comes out blue, then, ooh, that I don't know. Okay, away brew. How's the progress going today? We are actually making progress. Show you now. We mainly spend a bit of time trying to get this road to look nice. We're still not done with it yet, but we are going to be coming back to that in a moment. What are the values you're typing in there? I'm typing in 100. So if you're over here and you're on this little white section here, so if you just do normal white, there you go, that's normal white. So that value, that's all white. I go over here, and if you can then type in whatever number you want to do. So obviously this is only on PC, is click on there and just make sure you type in 100 there. Oh, I think anything above 10, but I just usually do 100. And then click OK, and then when you select your color, you've got bright white foundations. Kaisetsuru says digging roundabout. Very cyber zen. That's a good way. It's a good way to describe it. Cyber zen. 10 out of 10. 100 is too much. Watch them. Can we do like 10? Anything above 10, I think, isn't it? I just always do 100. I've never really. I know it doesn't need to be much higher than that, but I'm never sure, so I just always overcompensate for it. 100 is too much, 10 is better. Is there a difference? As far as I understand it, it's more a case of once it goes above a certain range, it's kind of it's the same. So let's try 10. Okay, I see there's a slight difference in the contrast here, or in the saturation. So I'm actually kind of curious. I want to test this because I haven't actually tested it, to be quite honest. So let's do 100. Yes, there is a difference. I don't think the filter in the swamp is helping us at all determining the difference here. I think that's more the case. I think if we do it maybe in the Spire Coast or in the grassy fields where there isn't such a harsh filter, it might actually work. Flashbang, oh, 100%. Kai, sometimes you just gotta have those flashbang floors, especially when the building is in a cave. That's actually a good idea. The one I did, the Spire Coast is all white, and the one thing that I found that was very nice about the white floors or white everything, or mostly white, is your light bounces around a hell of a lot better when you're using lumen. So it's actually very beneficial for those who run lumen if you use that white, because you can use the least amount of lights and still make it look really, really good. Anyways, right, so let's paint this. Actually don't want, this was just to mark it out, but I'm gonna paint these the normal colors. And then I was thinking of adding these in here. 5. These kind of like dedicated walkways. It's going to go out to that side. This one's going to go this side. Because then we can add a little bit more color into this quite dreary looking design we got going here. Paint these with the white and orange. So we can have a little bit of a splash of color in here. But I'm going to add more color in a moment. I just kind of want to get these little clean room looks going and done. And then we're going to definitely be adding some more color in here to make it look interesting. Watch that over on YouTube. I think it only counts up to 3 digits. The 4th one is ignored in the game. Oh, okay. Kind of makes sense. So we'll do that. Let me do this side of the room as well. We probably could have made the corridors not as big as they are now, but can still work. We could even, like I haven't done this before, but we could even kind of extend this like skirting. Actually, let's do it from the other side. I haven't really seen how this looks. So you can extend the skirting a little bit if you want to make the hallway look a little bit narrow. Or more narrow. Narrower? That's not a word. So we could try that. That's not too bad. I don't know. What do you guys think? Making it look a little bit skinnier? Or just kind of like keeping it like this, which is a little bit more open? I think both can work. Why is this light not on? I'm probably going to hook it up. What's wrong with this light? It's hooked up to something. Oh, it's not hooked up to the damn power node. There we go. Kai, I don't normally comment much on Discord or YouTube, but I've been turbo lurking your content for a while. Makes me want to continue my world again past tier 4. Yeah, dude, go for it. I mean, why not? But just go wild. Just go do like crazy shit. Yeah. Skinny looks better. Just in case you need more carts driving around. we can try the skinny one. Anyways, let me get this glass up and running. Okay, let's focus and be productive. I still have no idea what I'm going to do with the outside of the building. Usually by this time I kind of have an idea in my head about we can do it like this or like that. But with this build currently, no idea. I might have another interesting idea that we can do with the floors, making them a little skinnier. But also adding a little bit more light and giving this a bit more character. Let's push this one back a bit. John Smith over on YouTube. Morning YouTube. Good morning. Good afternoon from my side. And Whitestone on YouTube again. Could elevate the floors so it's not on the same X as the machines. So you are slightly looking down at the machines, or vice versa. We could elevate them a little bit. Like we can elevate the floor, elevating the machine, or we could sync the machines a little bit. That could be interesting, because we haven't really done any kind of connection, so that's definitely an option. Let me wrap up this interior sections, and then we can maybe try and drop the machines a little bit, because these ones are quite big. But we also, on the other side, we do have the floor. We have this kind of like roof section, pretty much designed to fit that one right there. And if we drop the machine, we're kind of going to lose that element of the roof. So don't know about that. So Kai over on YouTube again. I'm a huge fan of modular and instant pop-up factories using blueprints. I've tried to make a bunch for all the resources before moving on to tier 5 before I took a break. Yeah, lifting the path would be easier. Watch them. Right, that's kind of that's something. If I would have to say I specialize in something, that's going to be modular blueprints for popping up factories. I'd like to show you some, but I also want to kind of make progress here. Right, so these guys. Okay, hold on. So we've got the interior design pretty much kind of nailed down, mostly. Let's just add this guy up here. So it needs to be like that. I'll push this one across. Just quickly finish up here. So what I was thinking, to add more light. We don't really need more light, but something we can do just to make it look a bit more interesting is we can grab this guy, put him over here. So we turn him 45, take him out like that, grab another light, or sign rather, snap it onto that 45. Let's make this one a dark color. We can even make this like a glossy color. Grab this guy, and I think let's add a splash of color to this design now. So we're gonna make this orange, orangey. Delete all of those. Do that, and we can kind of add this little light strip in here. But I think if we make the beam more darker color and less reflective, it might actually have the orange pop out a little bit more. And I'll show you guys what I'm going to do with this to make it look interesting. So we got that. What about if we make it this carbon color, which is quite dark? And the reason you want to lay this guy down at 45 is because you want to put down another one on top of it. I'm just going to like turn it like this, so you've got kind of like this strip lighting going around the side. Is this the max color? Why does this look so muted? So we can have this little thing going here. Rocket feels kind of red orange. What about we make this like a red color? But the red in the game is never really like a proper red, especially when you start putting emission strength onto it. You can give it a go. Yeah, look at that. It's not like glowing red. I think pink usually works better for like a glowing red. This looks more like a dark orange as opposed to a red. Racing stripes. Make it go faster. Okay, we've got this ready. Let's try one of these, just like a smidge of pink. So we'll do 3, 5, 8 perhaps. Just want to copy it over. I think this pink one kind of looks a little better. Actually no, they both look okay. Yeah, painting in red increases the machine output 100%. Yeah, that is a known fact. The gloss surface is not helping the emission strength. You think so? I think the glossiness reflects the lights, which then makes it look like it's less. But it's not like popping like it's not like neon. That's kind of what I'm going for. So if I select a color that, so I usually kind of like use this teal. This one for me, when it comes to shining bright, usually does the trick. But even here in the swamp, it's still like a little bit matted. The color seems a little bit dull. But what I was thinking for color, let me show you guys what I had in mind. Is we'll grab the beam again, our magic beam. Do we want to go? No, we'll stay up to there. And then this guy, you can either. My first thought is to make this orange. Obviously now this red isn't going to fit next to it. Let's see if we make this orange again. If it matches that color aesthetic. Whoops. Copy this guy. I mean, we could also just remove this color strip here at the bottom, or this light strip. So the idea with adding color is you kind of add this beam in here. And you use this to frame, kind of frame the build a bit. And then this introduces a little bit of color into this mix. Just spicing things up a little bit more. We can then even get a little fancy and do like this. So you see, this now kind of brings color into this mix, and I think it ties it up nicely. But I think I'm going to remove this because this is not working for me. I think it's just because the overhead lights are actually doing the job too well. I think as well as I'm too used to playing with that kind of like illumination setting. Yes, I use that for recordings, but usually not for just playing. So you can see this actually is starting to look a little bit better color-wise. And what we also can do is with this little thing here, to make this blend a little better, is I'm going to bring this out to here, rack it up, and the reason I want this high is so I've got something to work from. And then go to this one. Slap that one in there. Let's remove all of these then. So this actually kind of like finishes, gives it a little bit more of a finished look to it. And we're going to come to that corner. I haven't forgotten about that one yet. So go up to there. Grab this one again, corner to corner. So this is our kind of shaping up quite nicely. This little corner bit here is, you can add that one in there just to get rid of that flickering. But also what I want to do is go to organization. We can either do the 1 meter, put this one right in there, and then you make this a nice little light. Now, if these ones were stronger, this would have looked much better, but it is what it is. So add that little guy in there, and then sometimes, if you're lucky, you can also just for a little edging. John Smith over on YouTube. I love the beam corner connection so much for the design aesthetic. But I hate that you can't paint them. Absolutely. I mean, alternatively, you can just bring this guy down. You do that as well. But I think the little black in there actually makes sense. I think both look fine. But yeah, let's add that little plastic bit back in. What we can try is to lower it so it matches these corners a little bit better. Oh, that looks nice. Oh, that looks really good. What do you guys think? I think that's excellent. Hells yeah. Alright, we'll keep it like that. We're obviously going to do these corners as well, but this is what I've been doing lately, just to kind of introduce a little bit of color into the design, because I tend to not have a lot of color, and I think that's a bit of a weakness on my side, or area where I'm lacking when it comes to design. So for this corner here, I think probably the best bet for this corner is just to do this. We can maybe, hold on, we can try something else here. We can do that and then introduce this light again. But I'm going to do like a little corner bit here. And I think if we bring it down, it's actually going to look better. So do that. Okay. Something like that. Small detail, but yeah. Katrine over at YouTube. My design aesthetic is leaning towards black and white at the moment. That could work as well. What you can try is do black and white, but then just add like a little bit of color in there. Something like an orange or a red or green or whatever, but just like a little bit, and that could be interesting. Lacquer over on Twitch. The orange looks really nice around the windows, but what if you left out the vertical part? Oh, okay. It's better, but then we need to lift this bad boy up. That's a good suggestion, thank you so much. So we'll put this guy in there. We're gonna have to do it on top as well. So like that. Yeah, it is a damn shame you can't paint these guys, you know what? Fuck that guy. Come on. I would have liked, you know what, if we want to, I almost want to say you can do something about that, but I don't know if it's even worth it. Fred over on YouTube, can you translate that to English, please? Sorry, my man, we don't understand. What we can possibly do this. Hold on, I'm just trying to figure out how to make this corner look nice. Nope. I think that's worse. Let's just take this out again. Alright, so we're gonna have to just do this because we're really out of place. But yeah, I think without the beam, the upright beam, what we can do though is we can do it over here just to kind of tie everything together. So like that, and okay, that looks good. And I think we can do the corner window here as well because it works quite well on this side. So we'll grab this little guy. And go there. And I think we can also, to spice it up a little bit, go here. The only downside is that this one is now double the thickness of this one because we're kind of like embedding it. But that's not end of the world. square it off. I think this one looks better, so we're not gonna do, I think we do an angle from here all the way up to match this corner, might be better. So we go over here. It's not going to block off too much of the machine now. So you see this one is back about 2 windows. So ideally you want to have this one also back 2 windows. And it will also make the machine more visible. But we are kind of like cutting into this corner here. So I think what I'll do is I'll just go... Which we'll keep it the same, but I'm just going to do... Let's do the pillar. And this will be the edge of this folding area. Bring it down, and then we've got just a small little piece going up. That's thicker than the rest. Let's go from here, just so we can get the angle right. There we go. Yeah, so it's not exactly uniform, but it still looks very similar. And I think this little corner and these little bits just kind of makes it look nice. So I don't know, I'm still not happy about those, but we're gonna leave that for now. Okay, let's quickly do the same with the rest. So got this one coming up to there. What to say? Watch that on YouTube. 3 colors are usually what you want: a main color, a secondary, and a detail. Yeah, so we kind of got light gray, dark gray, and then our detail color, which is kind of similar to what I said to Catherine earlier. Is she's going for like a black and white theme. Do black and white, and then add like 10% color to that design, just like a little bit, just to spice it up a little. Something else we can also do to make this look interesting is this little door section. I just kind of thought of this now. Is we've got this like little walkway there. Is if you kind of grab this guy, I think 3 meters will be. Let's do 2 meters rather. So I'm gonna place this one here because I wanna slide it on the edge. And just gonna push into there, and I'm gonna overlap this one like that. I don't really want that corner to kind of stick out, so what we could do possibly is even to actually bring it down a bit. Take this one out again, go across there, just to indicate like this is kind of like a service area. And usually what I do is I like to do like a green color, and then set the emission up high so they stand up quite a bit. There you go. You can either do orange or something, and then you can, so along with this one, just to tie it all together, you can add this guy up here, and you can then say, we'll do black over there. Get the icon going, grab the icon, do this little hat guy, and just say kind of build like a little bit of world building, or a little bit of lore add to it. And I think we'll drop this one down. I think the emission strength. So something like that, and then these lights just emphasize what you like. This is like a maintenance entrance area. Let's see if we push it all the way across. How that looks. Nah, I think let's stop it there. So we're gonna go up to there, go down. So you can do that. Kai over on YouTube, primary 40, secondary 30, and third option 15, accent 10% is most color design languages. Okay. Now we can also try to do this in red. And no, cancel. And we can see what the red looks like in contrast. Let's try dark red. And then we'll do these obviously red as well. I think we only need to do the bottom one if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. And then just choose this option. What do you guys think, red or green? Maybe the red? It's also a little bit more muted. And then the one thing that I don't like about the signs, and when it comes to the walls, because the walls are much thinner, is it kind of like, you see, it doesn't connect really. So to fix that, what I do is I grab this little guy, and you can then possibly do it like that. So it looks more official. Green looks more eco-friendly. We are literally building fuel things right in the swamp. I don't think we care about eco. So this just kind of makes it look a little bit more rounded off. So let's see if I just wanna, nope, that's not gonna work. So just to kind of expand the sign a little bit, so no, we'll keep it like that. Shrek Core factory the settings. Alright, let's quickly duplicate what we've done on this one with all the other ones as well. Oh yeah, 100%. This is definitely a muted something. They've definitely got some sort of filter on here that desaturates, or at least it does desaturation, because you can definitely see it looks a bit off. Looks dreary. Okay, let's focus up and get some progress going here. Let me do this side. John Smith over on YouTube saying, yeah, it's a shame how hard it is to duplicate things already on the ground, because I'd be curious to see how different this exact design would be in any other biome. So there is one alternative that you can do. So once this is done, you can basically turn this all into mega prints, and you can essentially copy paste this factory wholesale onto any place on the map that you want. So that is one option. This, hold on, my height's different here. I've done that before, and it works quite well. Why does this look different? Because I came out a little bit further. Okay. Cry, I'll answer your question in a second. There we go, that's good. Alright, Kai's got a question over on YouTube. Question for Jake. When you have time to answer it, do you think OTS possible to build a diamond-shaped factory like a dice balancing on a corner type design? Yes, I do. I do believe it. You can do that because I've kind of done that already. On YouTube, you'll see my Spire Coast power facilities is very similar to something that you've done there. Oh, I see. Thank you. Yes. So yes, you can actually do it. It is 100% possible to do like I did basically like a triangle standing on its one point in the water. So obviously 3 angles with the bigger part being on the top. I would love to show you, but I also want to finish up what I'm doing right here. But yes, you can definitely do it. In fact, if you go and check out that YouTube video that I did on that factory, there's a build guide for it. You can probably pretty much see exactly how I did it, if I remember correctly. The biggest thing, diamonds and all those kind of shapes are definitely doable in the game. Just requires a little bit of testing, a little bit of planning. The only ones that's a real pain are circles, to get them right and to get them done properly. The other shapes, at least you can kind of like work with the game to make it work. Yeah, sure. Have a look, or look it up and have a look and tell me what you think. I think it's one of my better designs, to be quite honest. But I would be able to do that same design much better now. But it did actually came out quite nice. And then what I did with that design was I built the center one, but you'll see there's 3 buildings, so I then went and I copied the center building and pasted it, one on the left and one on the right side, and then just changed the bottom section to accommodate the fact that the one is on the left and one is on the right now, because they've got like a bus, an underwater bus feeding them. So yes, you can absolutely do it. In fact, it's way simpler than, it's way easier than circles, depending on how elaborate you want to go with circles. Bare minimum effort over on Twitch. Afternoon. Good afternoon, my man. How you doing? You doing good? What's news on your side of the world? There, we've been crazy busy at this site, trying to make as much progress as we can today, and I do think that we have made a fair amount of progress. And if you look there in the background, you can see a nice little green circle. I'll show you in a second. And it's a nice little traffic circle, a roundabout for the UK and for the Aussie guys. And yeah, nothing much. Stuck at work by planning to scale back some builds. I crunched the numbers last night, and you realized, oh dear God, I'm gonna die. Yeah, I'm a big proponent for smaller builds, because the trend is to go big number, go bigger, and there's nothing wrong with that really. But you have to be willing then to spend the big time to get the big number to go bigger, and that's where a lot of people kind of struggle, is to dedicate that amount of time to it, because it is a major dedication of time if you go like really big. But yeah. Since we're on this side, let me show you. Look at this little thing we did here. So, still work in progress. We want to do like an arm, maybe coming out here, going up, and then holding the light. I might take this little section out to do like a teardrop circle kind of thing. And this is all just so you can drive down to this section if you want to. It's pretty. It is pretty. And now we're doing the main walkway here for these kind of like clean room effect on these blenders. And I'm just doing the hallway, trying to quickly complete this hallway so we can start moving onto the inside and start working on the exterior walls as well. But me and Chad have been hard at work trying to get this to grow. The factory must grow. Yes. But we're going to spend 15 hours, or you're going to spend 150 hours and just build like 200,000 refineries in one direction. Oh, that's going to be tedious. That's a big no thank you from my side. But again, to each his own, huh? My biggest thing against mega factories is the fact that I like to build aesthetically, obviously. And if you want to decorate a major mega factory, dude, I don't know, that's a big ask. Which is probably why I default to smaller ones, just because it's a bit more manageable. And you get a sense of progression because you can actually finish something and move on. Mr. Pragmatic over on Twitch. Whoa, I've been bombing trees instead of using them. Yeah, dude. We've been so careful not to bomb these guys because I didn't want to accidentally destroy them. I wanted to kind of see, it's like a little cliffside. I wanted to go a little lower, but the problem is that we realized is if you go over here, you won't be able to do a circle because it's too low. Like, this is the lowest we can go without anything glitching through the road. So that's kind of the highest point we can go. So I always try to, in fact, my new design philosophy is I want to build the odd places. So when let me give you guys an example. This is something I'm trying to embrace a bit more. Let's say I want to build a power plant here. So we'll do, okay, so there's a nice big open area. We're going to build refineries there. We're going to do the storage there. And there's a big open as like water area. We could just do like 150 generators going down that way. I want to move away from that. I want to go and say, all right, I need to build refineries here. So I'm going to build the refineries against that cliff, elevated and stuck into that cliff. I want to do that as opposed to using the default way by just going to a flat open area. I want to look for the areas that you normally don't see. Like build a factory that wraps around that tree, for instance, something like that. That's where I want to kind of like go to now. Over on YouTube, John Smith. I ran into that issue when I built gigantic factories in the desert that produce every type of ammo and explosive. Once I had all the machines down, I basically just enclosed the box, and yeah, then you just be like, I'm done. Just box it, done, move on, go to the next thing. Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you're trying to avoid, because that's where you kind of like get burned out from the game. You're like, oh no, this game sucks, because it's just a massive time sink. So that's why I always encourage people to try and go creative, because as soon as you do, it kind of revitalizes your passion for the game, because now you've got a new challenge, and it's a challenge that when you step back, you look at it, you be like, damn, this is nice, like this is good, or you can see like, oh, I need to improve in this area and that area, and then you can kind of like grow. You can kind of like grow your skill and then become better and better and better, and you can actually complete projects within a reasonable time. It's kind of wild. And yeah, it's let me climb off my little tangent box. Okay, this is coming along. The little orange bits we got in here actually brings us together quite nicely. We need to get this a little closer. Bare minimum over on Twitch. It's the whole finished part that makes me scale back. That and the power requirements get out of hand with mega builds. That is true. And then the thing is, so now you're building this massive mega build. Now you need this massive mega power. So your mega build now just kind of like increased with about 30-40% just because you need to be able to power it. And if you look at my buildings, like I build, my biggest plant is doing 72,000 megawatts, and I'm in phase 5. And only now am I getting close to my max consumption. Not even my actual consumption, my max consumption is getting close to my production. So that's why I'm going to be upgrading soon. And that's what we're doing right now. But yeah, so that it's more a case of I want to build more power plants instead of I need to build more power plants. And then you can take your time and make it look nice, because it's no rush. The power's not gonna die. Let's just... Oh, for those that don't know, it's just a little trick that I am not sure if everybody knows this, but it's quite handy. Let me just quickly place this little guy in here. So, for instance, on the right hand side, I've got this window section, full frame window, but I want to have a door in there. But you don't need to delete the window to put the door in there. You can just take the door, hold control, and replace the window with it instead of deleting it. Saves you a little bit of time and a nice little quality of life. So a little FYI there for you all. Right, so this one is again way too long. I'm going to catch up with chat in a moment. Oh, I've got two done on this one. There we go. Alright, over on YouTube, let's see, what did I miss? Kai is saying, the biggest hurdle with designs for me is the balance between organic designs that goes with the terrain and the ever-imposing Borg cube we all end up creating by accident. Yeah, move away from the cubes. And then John says, oh no, sorry, Whitestone, your first time through, don't go super big or so you don't get overwhelmed. And then John follows up with I have a weird passion for building massive power plants that always far exceeds my needs. They are the things that I enjoy the most, turbo fuel and nuclear especially. Okay, I can get down with big nuclear builds. And I do like to build power plants. But I do kind of curtail my size between what I need, how much time I think it will take, and how big can I make it and still make it look good. So that's kind of the criteria I go about. And then we've got a question over on YouTube again. Handsome Ben. At my name Jax. At my name Jax. Wait, how did you select a blueprint like that? The blueprint like that? Can you be a bit more specific? What did I do when you saw the thing that you were like, oh my word? So I've got a little bit of context. Rocket fuel plant doing 500k megawatts. Watch that. That's a big ass plant. 500k. That's quite chunky. Oh, that one too there. What the hell? If you mean like this, like just copying something, that's middle mouse button. My middle click only selects one item. It depends on whether you've got it set to default or to blueprint. So I've got a blueprint back here. There's your blueprint. If you see it's on default, then you select one item. If you look at a blueprint and you select blueprint, then you select the blueprint. That's still one item, but you're targeting the blueprint then. Same with these. This is a road blueprint. Just target the blueprint and there you go. Bare minimum over on Twitch. I was considering turbo fuel and maybe I will in the future, but just a diluted package fuel plant will be my next target after rebuilding steel production. Well, diluted is good. It will give you more than enough power, depending on, you can scale it infinitely really. I suppose it's true for all of them. Is that a setting? Mine doesn't work that way. I don't know. I would suggest, unless you've got like massive amount of custom controls, just reset your controls to default and give it a go. But that's default. There's nothing special about that. That's base game. should be able to do that easily. Okay, this is looking really nice with all the orange in here. And the little bits that we did, all the like little details. It's looking real good. Oh no, damn it. Okay, looking good, looking good, looking good. Usually what I do is I'll have the factory hooked up with pipes and everything, and then only start decorating once the factory is essentially running. Which means by the time that I'm done with the factory, with the design of the factory, it's already produced so many things that I can almost switch it off again. But this one we're kind of doing it the other way around. And over on Twitch, bare minimum again, with my only real gripe with the game at the moment is that you still can't paint concrete walls the same way you can paint concrete pillars and foundations. Yes. Well, I think you should be able to paint it like this, like you can paint the painted beam any color you like, and then they should also have the options of like asphalt and concrete and all those other ones. I hate concrete walls, says Luna Saint over on YouTube. Luna, if you want a suggestion for new walls, I would suggest you actually try and use pillars. Not pillars, well pillars yes, but also beams for your walls, which will allow you to shape them in any direction that you like, and you can paint them whatever color you like, and as walls they're pretty good. Just a thought. Try that one out for size. My preference usually is these little guys. Well, actually, the bigger guys. They're quite nice for walls. I've built many a factory with pillars and beams. Like a ton. Like a lot. Alright, so how are we going to enclose these bad boys on the sides now? This is kind of like the question I had in mind when I wanted to finish the interior, so we can figure out what the hell to do with the exterior. Luna over on YouTube. Yeah, between your videos and Satisfactory, I've concluded the real meta, or the real wall meta, is not to, is not to use walls. It sounds counterproductive, but that is exactly it. If you want to build walls, don't use walls. Actually, I think if you get to the next level of design for factory builders, you kind of like circle back to the point where you start using walls again. But then it's walls in conjunction with pillars, with beams, with all the other things, and then you add the wall in there to kind of like just fill out all the gaps and the whatnot. So I think there's still room for walls, but not as your primary form of walls, definitely not. But yes, the meta is, if you want to build walls, don't use walls. Yeah, you need more, the more depth you can add to things, the better. Like for instance, this one we're doing here, I laid out the 4 machines, and then I was like, but I want like kind of like a roof that angles up, like angles inwards. And then we added these lights in there, and you can see they're kind of mixing quite nice with it looks like they're made to fit there. And we thought that's kind of cool. I mean, we can even experiment with this a little bit more, and you can do, like, we can even try to do it a smidge more, like for instance like that. Let's just quickly test this out for a second, and just to emphasize the angular nature of the wall that we've or of the roof that we've already made. And as I was talking to you, I thought about quickly trying this. So if you kind of do that, so it minimizes the amount of light that you use if you want to minimize it. And you still got that cool shape going. Let's just go all the way in. This doesn't look too bad actually. You can obviously play with the sizes because you just need to move the pillars around. Come on, let me target that damn pillar. There we go. So that's not too bad. Look at that. I've actually never seen that before. Ooh. That's nice. Oh, watch that. Have you ever seen it done like this? This is kind of interesting. This looks like entirely new light. And the cool thing is this will actually give you proper light. I think I'm going to keep that like that for now, but I still need to focus on the exterior. But yes, there's some interesting little things. And then over on Twitch, we've got Mr. Draco is back. Bell Draco. Good morning, Jakes. Sorry for the caps. It's fine. You can cap all the way. Cap as much as you like. Good morning. Yeah, lighting really sucks. What? Does my lighting really sucks? Or lighting in general? I do like that. That looks cool. We'll come back to that. Alright, we need to figure out what we're going to do with this damn exterior. Now, one thing we can do, might be a little ambitious, is to do like a rounded corner here, and then have a blueprint that kind of goes like with a, so it goes up straight and then 45 or 45-ish and then down again, and that blueprint we can then make a circle or like a half moon circle around the circle that we made. We can place the blueprints on top of that and space them out nice and evenly to make that look interesting. So we can do like a rounded corner including the roof section to go around this corner, and then we can, if it's a blueprint, obviously we can easily
another _ Jamie just followed.
Oh hi, another Jamie, thank you for the follow on Twitch, I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Lumen doubles my CPU power draw, so it prevents me from so to prevent it melting, I only turn it on for certain screenshots. Thanks for having me, Jamie, on another Jamie on a first time chat. Welcome. We are busy in the swamp trying to make something that looks interesting, and we're getting there, I think. So yeah, I think we should go with that's the only cool idea I've come up with, is to go with like a rounded corner around this side. But then the first thing that we have to do is figure out where the rounded corner is going to be and what it's going to look like, and how to do it so we can properly replicate it. And I think the best bet is going to be chuck that bad boy onto a blueprint maker, and then we can just easily copy pasta it once we are happy with the design. So let's put this guy up here, slap him in, and then we're going to work out. So we want to go, I think we'll use this as the furthest edge, these two. I might actually, I'm not going to worry about moving it up, that's fine. So let's get I'm going to use a beam just to measure this out. So we'll go default. So from that corner, going all the way out to this corner, that's 27 meters. And then from here going out is obviously going to be more. So what we'll do is, it's obviously going to be the same for 27 meters. But we don't want the circle to start there. We want it to kind of start like more like over there, I think. So if we take it back, so I would say 2 foundations width for the circle. So the circle will kind of start over there and will end over there. And then we just kind of like continue on, and then we'll go over here, and then we'll have it the same there. Okay, so let's see if we can actually do this. This is going to be a fun little challenge. So we'll start in this corner, I'm just going to lift it up, say 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so in order to make this essentially a quarter circle, is we want to go out. We said 2 foundations, so that's going to be, what's that, 16? Oh yeah, 16. So it's out to that one. And then go out to there, 16. So we can use the same method that we did for that one over there. But I want to quickly try something else to see if we can speed up that process. And we're going to be, like I said, we're going to do the exact same technique, just a slight deviation from it. And start. I need to move this guy over once. So I want to see if I make this angle bigger, if this is actually going to make a difference. So we're going to go to free mode, click there. And usually we will just snap it. Actually, hold on, I need to do it from this side. I keep forgetting about that. Come on. Oh, piss off. There we go. Come on. This is like me counting bloody foundation turns again all over. So we're going to go over here, go to the 16 meters, and then get out one. Is that? Hold on a second. Okay, let's quickly test something. So from the center back should, it's not 16. Let me do a couple more just to kind of confirm whether this is viable or not. So I'm going to go over here. So we keep going out to 16 meters, but then we push it across. I think it's still generating a proper circle though. This might make it a little quicker if this technique works. The only thing that I'm concerned about is not actually going to do like a proper circle. It's going to do like an oval shape almost. Okay, so you see, this is not. It's kind of working, but not really, because you can see the overlap there. It should really not. Those corners should meet up if they are forming a proper circle. You can probably still get away with it if you want to do it this way, but I don't think it's going to work. So let's try another method, which is going to be different from the one that I normally do. So go over here. I'm going to put this one center at the point of origin. So autosave, let's go. Thank you. So this is probably a method that most people would be familiar with. Is the foundation turning one. So from here, I'm just going to hold control, and I'm just going to click one, and then in this case, I'm just going to go out two, and the big thing is though, just make sure that you're on the center all the time. Because if you press control now, it will kind of keep in mind what you did. And you can see you can kind of do like this little circle. And this one goes a little quicker, but it's not as clean. But we're not looking for clean right now, or not as fine as that one, for instance. So this will be 5 degrees at a time. Because one click for these foundations will be, like I said, 5 degrees. So this is kind of nice if you want to go, if you want the corners to kind of match up, because you're going to go 5 degrees out. So 5 is obviously divisible by 90, or 90 is divisible by 5. Which means if you want to do a quarter, your quarters are going to match up when you place them next to each other. That's the advantage of doing this version. So it gives you this nice little staircase kind of look. Alright, so the thing that we need to do now, what I usually just do to make my life easier, I just do walls. Just kind of attach it there, drag it down. You can take this out now. Which then means you can just let's put this on the ground. Okay, hold on, let me just hold on a second, let me just think about this for a second. So that's our point. Ideally we should actually let's drop this down all the way. Go there. Then we can delete this one, and we're just gonna have to quickly drop all of these down. And the big idea behind this is you want that predictable snapping point, because we're gonna be snapping our blueprints that we're gonna be making for the corner bit onto this bad guy, this bad boy. Let's back down there. And again, you want to do this in Blueprint Maker because you want to save it for the future. And then you don't have to do it every time because it can be a little tedious. So the whole idea behind this quarter curve is I'm going to build angled, kind of like upright section, and the angled upright section is going to snap at not necessarily 5 degrees, so we'll figure out which one we're going to be snapping it at, but the whole idea is just so you've got predictable snapping points for that little blueprint that we're going to be making as soon as I can wrap this section up. And we can do a quick test and just see if it's going to work as I hope it will. Looks like did we miss one? We missed it. Yeah, we missed this guy. Where's his friend? This one over here. We missed this one. Have I done this one? Yeah, okay, I've done that one. Pop it out. There we go. So you've got an entire discussion going on YouTube in regards to power sources. Alright, we're getting there, I can now see why people avoid this swamp. This desaturated look is kind of getting to me. It's kind of, I'm getting tired of it. The fact that it's so colorless. Guess that's not that one. I think I missed another one here. What am I doing? Nope. There we go. I think I've done this one. Yep. So I can delete this guy. Only 2 more left to do. Right, I think this is the last one now. or second last one. Okay, so this is our corner bit that we're going to be working from. We'll delete all of these now. Okay, let's save this one, and we'll call this quarter circle. And this guy will now, we can remove them, we don't need these beams anymore. And we can remove those three as well. And then we're going to grab this quarter circle. And there's our curve now. The thing is, it might look a little wonky, but we're not working on the edges. We're working on that section right there, the flat sections. So the next step now is to do like the thing we're going to be placing on top of those. And for that, we're going to go back to our blueprint maker. First thing we need to do, I'm just gonna grab a foundation. I'll just put one down here, and then we need to see what the max height's gonna be. So I'm thinking we can probably bring it up to, I would say, this height, just so we can get clearance across the board. And we want to go. Do we want to go out? I think that's the right distance. So we want to go out to, well, we can go out to this section right here. So let's just bring this one up, figure out where the corner is going to be. Right. Okay, there we go. So this is going to be our max height. So if we grab this guy, this is going to be exactly 4 pillars high. So the design needs to fit into this 4 pillar height that we're going to be doing. So to start off with, let's just do it like this, and it's probably going to be something like that going in, and the only thing is I don't want it to be a 45-degree angle, because then you're limited as to how you can nudge it for whatever reason. But it's just it's a thing. Okay, so if we do, I'm gonna grab our beams again. So the very, very basic shape is gonna be, it's gonna be that. And the entire idea, if I remove this quickly, so let's call this corner circle upright. So the entire idea behind it is to do this. Grab that guy. And if you've got this little design here, you can now. Oh, I'm on blueprint mode, no wonder. So you can see you can kind of snap it to the flat or the middle point of these foundations that's in position there, and that will allow you to turn. I'll go a bit further up perhaps. That will allow you to turn this thing at the angle that they turned. So you can literally place it down at like 5-degree intervals and make like a corner from this one upright section. So let's just check the height. So 4 down. So that's the height that we're going to go for. Now we need to make this thing look more interesting than whatever the hell we got here. Alright, over on, let me catch up on chat a little bit. So on Twitch, well, back to work for me. I'll catch up with the world later. Cheerio, bare minimum effort. And then a whole field discussion over on YouTube. Looks like you guys are discussing it amongst yourselves, so I'm gonna let you be. Now, how are we gonna make this look interesting? That is the question. So I'm thinking the first thing we can try is so this is my first thought that came to me, is we can try the beam support like this little guy, but I'm going to see if I push it all the way down to over here. This beam is now going to be in the way because I'd like to do, hold on a second. This is always kind of interesting. But yeah, this section, because this beam is coming up here, it's not really doing what I wanted to do. Just get that corner back. We could make this corner slightly longer because I'm thinking we need at least a pillar length in here, which is going to be 4 meters, before we can do something interesting in the middle. So if we increase that distance by perhaps, do I want to do that? So if we make this thing a little bigger, so from there to there, we're gonna obviously add at least, so this is, damn it, this is a 45. So you see, if I press page down, I can't move it down. Like it goes down, it doesn't go, well, okay, no, I'm being silly. This is not 45 because it kind of like went past a certain degree. You have to now use your arrow keys to go down as opposed to the page drop that I was doing earlier. But yeah, if you do a 45 degree, then you can't, like one of those axes isn't available to you, which is rather annoying. But this is still good. So we can do this because I kind of want this gap here in the middle. And the reason I want the gap is to slap this little beam support in there and in there. Then we can do an actual beam to go from there to, come on, play with me. Actually, let's take these out first, just so we can have the beam snap to the center of these pillars. And then grab the beam support, place it there and there. We can maybe make this a copper color just to have it stand out a little bit more. We can do that one copper as well. And now we can make this look interesting by adding this 4 meter sign to it. So one thing you'll notice here, you see the sign doesn't go exactly on that angle. It's because signs don't really snap to beams at the angles. They do to pillars, so all you need to do is just move to the pillar first and then nudge this guy into position. So you can kind of go for this one. I might actually try and add, I want to do 2 here, but because if I do it like this, it's going to be 3, and it's going to be way too thick. The way to get around this is to kind of look at the top here and just slide it along the top. And then you've got your, then you can do 2 next to each other. So the idea is going to be to kind of go for that. We'll take this one out. And we'll add these guys back in. And what I'm going to try and do is we'll give this like a, we'll give it the orange color. We'll see how that works. And we can obviously max out the emission for this. We don't want the icon one. We want that. Close it down. Paint it up. So now you've got like a kind of like a illuminated beam, or like a, I don't know, a sci-fi pillar, if you like. I think if we put it over there, then we don't have that kind of like glitchiness we get on the top. So I'll place this one down there. Remove those. Over here and over there. kill that one. So if you now take this and you go all the way around, it kind of has like a very cool effect. So we go here, we need to slightly move this one down. So again, I'm just going to slide it along the side. That's it there. Nope, that's wrong. Come on. There we go. Got it. So now you can kind of do like this light beam, which I think kind of looks interesting. What would be nice is if we can kind of eliminate that corner and do it more either round or like a hexagon or something. So let's go over here. This guy go up. Place in, and just kind of screw these guys into position. Right, so there we've got kind of like a little light beam thing going. Luna over on YouTube, I keep hesitating to do these fancy designs, CPU, GPU concerns, but I don't give the game's optimization enough credit. Yeah, this game is actually optimized pretty damn good in regards to the amount of items you can place. I come from previous games where I designed missions for like for games where we do like military. The game's called Armor, so you can design missions into. You can basically build it from scratch. It's an entire open world with like a canvas where you can just go nuts. But you have to be so careful with performance, because if you place too many items, too many lights and things like that, it'll just tank the FPS. But in this game, like you can literally just go nuts, really. Unless you go massively big, I wouldn't be too concerned about performance issues. And I mean, once you do hit that threshold of where it actually becomes an issue, well, then yeah, lesson learned. But generally speaking, if you've got like a mid-range PC, you're gonna have to really want to break it before you actually break it. Like you're gonna have to put in a fair amount of effort. Right, so we've got this little guy now, which looks a little interesting. So let's try and dress it up a little bit more. I'm going to use my trusty H-beams here, and I'll show you guys a little trick for those who like to do more detailed work. If you take this guy, so if you place this beam down here, it would be nice if you can, for instance, let me paint it orange so we can see a little better. If you want to kind of like angle this down, but it's not going to really allow you to angle it down and have a nice neat connection. You can absolutely do it, but you have to kind of add another step. So for me, what I do is go to free mode, place it from the tip going down, and then nudge this up like that. And I think in this case we can go back as well. Then what you do is you now aim for this one, which will snap to the center of it, and you can aim anywhere on this pillar, like there. And then what I do is, hold on a second, I messed this up, and this one needs to be right at the edge. So you nudge this up, and you aim at the top one, and then aim at like over there. That's fine. And if you nudge this down, you get that very, very smooth and very clean looking corner. That is just, yeah, next level. And then I want to go down as well, so I'm going to want to do the same thing just over here. It's so simple, Luna. I'll show you now something else in a second, and I'll show you why it works. So nudge this in there, and get rid of that one, and you kind of like got this little decoration piece that's just so clean. Now the reason this works this way is, the only caveat is don't do a 45-degree angle, because it's like the same thing. So when you look at this one, when you snap these, You see the snapping point is actually the center of it, not the top where we would like it to be. So it always snaps to the center. So what you want to do is you want to create a center point, a snapping point at the center, at the position that you want it to be. So just nudge this one up. Now if you snap to the top one, or in this case the right hand side one, it will be exactly in the middle of the other one. And then if you nudge it down, you get rid of your little support pieces. That's a perfect joint. Look how clean that is. And then if you want to get real fancy, you can then obviously have these guys in here as well. Now here it becomes a little more complex, because you can still link these two, but you've got a problem where you've now got 1, 2, 3 items snapping at the same point. And to add a fourth one in there becomes a little tricky, but there is a way around it. But I first need to save my blueprint before I can show you how to do that. And actually, Luna, let me show you a practical example of how this works, or how this looks once you've done it properly. Let me grab my little sign I made. Where's my man? That's my man sign. This is where's my big billboard though? Freestanding? No. Anyway, we'll put this one down. I've made this one into like a proper billboard, but I don't have it in here. I think it's in my creative wall. So here you can see, you can kind of like, then you can get these like corners, but getting, yeah, it becomes a little trickier. But once you get your head wrapped around how to nudge these things around, then you can do like really cool things. Yeah, I use that all the time because it just adds a nice little detail to it. So for instance, if you take this one here again, I'm gonna do it like that. Grab this guy, turn him around like that, and now if you use the unpainted version and you paint the bottom ones, you can see it becomes a kind of like an interesting design. Almost looks like that's one piece as opposed to something that we just built. There you go. So obviously that just opens up a whole bunch of doors for interesting designs. So let's do it at the top here as well. Place it there, and then lift it up. Snap to that point. You go into default mode just so it stays horizontal. Take this guy away. And then same story here again. Freeform. Stuff it there. And then just kind of like aiming there, and there we go. Nice clean little joint. Sometimes when you struggle to do these kind of joints, just remember that you can work from the middle out as opposed to from edge to edge. That sometimes helps me a lot to be able to nudge these things into position. Oh, look at that. It's kind of nice. I like it. I like it a lot. So we'll do unpainted. Yeah, middle out helps a lot. Like I've had a bunch of people that I did a video on it, and the one guy was like, "You solved an issue I've been struggling with for the last few months or like year or something." And yeah, just the middle out going in, because the thing is, I think the starting point or the ending point is what kind of determines whether you can put something there or not. But what you can do though is, let me save this quickly. And this is something I only discovered like a couple of, well, I've known about it, but I didn't really realize the impact of it, is that you can put anything into anything about 90% of the time. So let's say, so you can see now there's that one and that one, so there's already like a whole bunch here. So which means that if you go into freeform here, and you try to place the exact same length on the exact same one, like there you can see, that doesn't want to do it now. But that doesn't mean you can't do it, that just means you can't do it this way. So if you save this guy, clear the blueprint. This blueprint sometimes have a bug where it will spawn it back in if you... Okay, there, it didn't do it. So if I do this, spawn this blueprint in. So I didn't spawn the blueprint on the blueprint maker, I just build the blueprint here, like you normally would. You then go here. I'm just going to nudge it out of position. Delete this guy. Save the blueprint. And now we're going to load the one that we were working with. That's how I kind of like did that sound I showed you earlier, to some extent. And now I'm going to spawn this one. And it's placed. So if I delete that one, you can see there's another one. And there's the other one. They're all in the same position. That blueprint is too hot for streaming, lol. What? So if you make a blueprint from it, it kind of, you override some of the restrictions placed on it under normal circumstances. So this guy, so we'll place down one. Let's see, I haven't actually tested this. 2. So 2 is usually fine. 3 and up is where you get into issues. 4. I don't know why the hell you want to place so many, but you can. 5. I would assume you can just continue going. Yeah, you can just keep on going. So there's now 5 on the same spot, where usually you're limited to 2. So delete that one. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. So try that out for size. Play with it. Okay. I want to quickly see. Just want to place 1 or 2 of these and see how this is going to look. Now the thing is, how do we target this guy? So we've got, from this corner, if we highlight all of these, we can quickly count them. I missed a couple. And then there's an extra one there. So we've got 19. So let's see. So it's like 18. So you start in position, then 18. Divided by 3 is going to give us, so we can do 6 in here, and we have to skip every third, so we have to place down every third one of these. So the way I'm gonna try and do this at least, is we've got, so that's our starting position. So let's place the first one and just see if my theory is correct. So this one's going to go here. We can still update this blueprint and do something interesting with it, but that's kind of the design we're going to go for. So we're going to place it right in the middle on the edge there. Then I'm going to skip 3, so I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Place that one. Grab this guy. Put him in the middle. Oh, I hate this bug. Oh, I fucking hate it. Why does it go skew when I just press forward? Oh, it fucking doesn't mean. Like, look at that. What? I hate it. Just annoys the living hell out of me. And it keeps doing it. Hold on, let me just select the damn thing again. Place it, and now it's gonna go straight. Oh, never mind. Let me just move on by. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so there's quite a big gap between. Okay, hold on, let's place the next one. I might have not done this right. So we place this one over there, so let's go 1, 2, and 3. This is probably going to be more representative. I see, there it goes again. I don't understand that. It's like how you look at it, and if the stars aligned and if the temperature in your room is more than a certain degrees, then it just fucks off that one direction. Excuse my French. Watchstone, why does it do that? Do you perhaps know? Because this is like the most annoying thing about this game, is the fact that it just doesn't follow the rules that it sets up itself. Like, why does it go like now? There. Perfect, fine, no problem. And then every now and then it will just bugger off in like a random direction. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Like, move our character to where? So this is kind of the idea we're going to go for, but I think even 3 might be too much. It's because you are grabbing the... Or I did that before, and then even when I went and grab the new blueprint, because of that reason, it will still sometimes do it. Okay, but anyways, coming back to this design, this is kind of what I was thinking to do. But if you look at the top here, they are going to be merging quite a bit. So we could possibly just remove this level bits here and then wrap it around like that. Although you are going to have a fair amount of gaps in between here. But we can kind of close those gaps a little bit by just taking one of these guys. And but yeah, I'll test it further if I have actually tried to figure out what that bug is and what causes it, and it is, I'm not sure if it's always orientation or something, but yeah, there's something missing about it. You know what if we actually, hold on, what if we grab this guy, we can maybe put this in the middle, like lined up with one of these default and default. We could do that. Might be a little, might be too much orange. Fraser Muskin. It's because you're grabbing the orientated one. I don't think it's that though. It's all about how you're looking at it when you lock the blueprint into place. And it starts to screw from your center. From center, move your character and try again. Yeah, I did. Anyway, so this is what I thought about doing for this corner. Kind of works, but I'm not 100% sold on the design. What we could possibly do is actually have this design. Just the blueprint mode. Is we still do a rounded corner, but this one actually comes out and attaches to the corner, and then we rather have like a pillar. So let me quickly do this. Just want to grab this one here. So if you go over here, I'm thinking we can maybe do like a rounded wall, just like that, like normal almost. So it will look something like this. Well, this is not 100%, but I'm just want to give you guys the idea. So we could do a rounded corner like that, and then attach these ones on the outside, and they're going to flare a bit more out. I think that might actually work. I think that, yeah, I think this might actually work. But anyways, guys, this is the end of the stream. I've got Mr. 40 FTINC. It could be that before. It could be that the edge. Sorry, let me try that again. It could be that the forward edge of the blueprint is snapping to a different foundation. It could absolutely be, but the angle at which it went skew almost seems like 45, not like a variation of the 5 or 10 degrees that this is kind of like at the moment. But yeah. Anyways, I think we'll do this kind of rounded corner with the upright wall, and then attach this angled one to the side, have it come out, and then just kind of maybe do like that, and just sink it into the ground. Maybe have it go slightly big at the end. We'll see if we can do something interesting with that. But I think this design would look cool, and I do like the fact that we have all this orange in here. So we've made a fair amount of progress. I was hoping we could actually get further, but we've done a lot of design work, a hell of a lot. And we still need to do, so actually let's do this, hold on a second. So let's do this nicely. So we still need to build an arm that's going to come out here, and then for this light to hang off from. I'm still in two minds whether we should cut out that beam section that I laid there for the road. I think it would look interesting as opposed to just a circle, because there are people that do just a circle. There aren't that many people that do the circle kind of leading up to a point. And I think it could be an interesting design. We just have to just form it a bit nicer. I think we have to kind of adjust it slightly, but it's there. We've got this road that we still need to just kind of finalize, and we still need a bunch of supports to go in the here, just so it looks a bit more believable, similar to what we've done over there. And then we're going to complete the exterior walls going all the way around. And once that's done, we've got that little section here at the back that we just also need to clean up. We've got 2 refineries, then we need to hook up everything, of course. And then we're done with this building, and we can actually go over to designing the fuel journeys, which I'm quite looking forward to, and doing like a cool tower design. I'll show you guys how I do those stackable towers and blueprints. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. Thank you everybody for joining me for this stream. It's been fun doing this. I've enjoyed this one quite a bit. And for the YouTube guys, I'm going to be raiding out on Twitch. I'm going to tell you guys thank you for popping by, and I'll see you on the next one, which will be Monday, same time, same place. And yeah, that's it guys. Thank you so much. Everybody have a good day. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you soon. There might be an interesting announcement coming next week. We're going to do like a little bit of a collab, me and Mr. Whitestone Industries, and it should be very interesting. But more on that coming pretty soon. Catherine, thank you so much for the stream. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Cheerio.